Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, all the road. And for Bills fans especially, let's get ready to suck it! What's going on, everybody? Hope y'all doing well this evening. Right now, I only got one person in the back, so let me bring out my tag team partner and my fellow ECW Extreme Champion, Mr. Dolphin Winters. What's going on, my brother? How you doing?
What's up, brother? How you doing?
You know, living the dream, baby. I got my hardcore title in hand.
Yeah, man. It's only me this week, man. What's going on? Where is everybody?
Which is kind of like the equivalent. Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for.
Right.
I seen Mr. Polk in the back, but he dropped back. But hey, man. So what's going on?
Man, listen, another beautiful day in the neighborhood. Today is my mom's birthday.
So listen, today's question, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Shake. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You're fading in and out.
Yeah, man, my thing's tripping, man, today.
Can you hear me? 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Oh, he froze. Well, folks, you know, I think Shake Money's having some technical difficulties at this moment. I hope he can get it back together and all that. What's up, Crazy though? What's up? What's up, Paul?
Hey, how's it going, Dolphin Winter?
Man,
hey, I'll be back, right?
There you go, right there.
Yeah,
you're right there. There you go. Shake. All right, Shake is coming right back. Folks, we're gonna sit there and do a little imprompt. What's going on today, Mr. Paul?
Oh man, not much. Just trying to stay cool out this Miami Heat, man. How's everything with you, bro?
Hey man, it's about to be. It's right now 82, but it's feel like 89. It's probably gonna be about 91, feeling like 95. So we got the humidity up here, definitely. Yo, Shake.
Shake,
Yes.
yes. Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So, but yeah,
How's it going, Shake?
That's good. Not much. What's going on, Michael K?
Oh,
Yeah, no.
Washington.
Actually, the Jills, their season are gonna go. Isn't even gonna get started. You guys are gonna be not even in the playoffs. Am I the only one who says fuck Buffalo? Well, that's right. I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one.
you're not the only one.
I've been saying it for years because I don't hate no teams, but I just can't stand Buffalo and New England and the Jets. Yeah.
Just a reminder.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, talent as far as the roster go, we got the right time to make it there. Because I'm gonna be straight. I can see us with what maybe
What's up, Michael?
4 or 3 losses. That's about it. Other than that, we on our way. I know some people not gonna like me saying it, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, for sure, man. I like it.
Yeah,
So anyway, since it's the two of you, let's can you hear me right? All right. I think I'm pretty. Hopefully, I'm coming out pretty good. So we got 3 more flavors here. What happened?
No, you're good. You're good. No, we're telling you good. You're good.
Okay. Okay, we got 3 flavors here. We got the Dragonberry, the Galaxy Grenade, which is I guess lime and watermelon, and then we have Peach Beach. Which one?
Okay.
I'm thinking Peach Beach.
Ditto.
Peach. All right. I'm gonna put y'all in the back so I can do this review, and then we'll bring you back up and we'll talk about
All right.
So the winner was Peach Beach. Here we go. Uh-huh. Wow. It tastes like peach gelatin. It has that little it hits you with peach right away, and then it has that little gelatin taste. So it's like almost like a peach peach gelatin, peach cobbler gelatin. That's what it tastes like. So real good. I still prefer the creamsicle, but with no further ado, we got the wrestling talk here.
Yeah.
So the question of the day was, okay, now like I did last time, we did the dream match. Now, if you were a wrestler, right, what would be your stage name, your entrance music, and your finisher? If you had to pick one, I like for me, I would say I don't know. I always fancied the Chameleon, but I think that name's taken, right? Or Shake. I would say Shake Money is a good wrestling name.
Shake Money is a good wrestling name.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
mean,
then,
that that would be actually that would be kind of a dope joint. It's just how you would build your persona and all that stuff after that.
as a matter of fact, I'd come out to Shane's music. Here comes the money, 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 money.
Right.
And my finishing maneuver would be I know it's as weird as this may sound, but it'll be the perfect flex, the Superman's fisherman.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, what about you, Dolphin Winters? You had to pick a wrestling name, entrance music.
So it would be probably close to home because I used to DJ. I still do here and there. So it would be like DJ Frost. You know what I mean? And then it would be like I know copywritten rights. It would be so many songs I would want to come out to, but due to copyrights and all that, I would
you could do what you want to.
Yeah, I would probably make my own beat because I make beats here and there. So I would make my own beat, have my own joint, make sure it's sample clearance and all that. And my finisher would be like something crazy. I'm thinking something technical, so something with my hands. So it would be something like this Sister Abigail, or something like on something like a crossface type like finisher, like a STF's like / crossface type finisher.
So you're big into the submission?
Yes,
guys, right?
Yeah.
Like Kurt Angle. Mm-hmm.
What would be yours, Mr. Pope? I know you come out to the Wolfpack music, right?
I would actually, this gonna sound crazy. I would call myself the Dark Horse, and actually I would come out to I like Stone Cold's entrance music when you hear the glass breaking, and then my finishing move would be the Tombstone power drop that the Undertaker and Kane used. That would be my finishing move. Yeah,
man. But who do you, all right, in the WWF? Who do you think had the best? I'm gonna have to agree with him. Stone Cold to me had the best so far, the best entrance. Followed by another one that used to get me. Oh, what a rush! LOD when LOD started. That shit was hitting.
Oh, the Road Warriors, definitely.
But see, I like their original. They had
another one,
intro music.
You know what? Another.
No, go ahead, Shake. Shake, you still there?
Shake might have been frozen. Shake, you still there? There he is.
Yeah, still here.
Okay.
But my favorite. There was another entrance that was low key, not too many people knew, but that shit would get you hype. Was Taz?
Yeah, yeah. I can tell you stories about just being here in Philly and at the ECW arena, and the fans, like when we waited in line, you met some hardcore fans. We didn't just talk ECW or WCW or WWF at the time. We were talking like New Japan, All Japan, Michinoku Pro. I mean, we were talking some like Japanese wrestling as well. Like that's when the tapes were circulating. See, back in the day, before the internet was popping like that, the World Wide Web was popping like that, you had to get the tapes. And if you got the tapes, if you knew people that had tapes, which I was lucky, I have 2 friends that bought numerous Japanese wrestling tapes. And we would sit and watch them for like 6 to 10 hours of nothing but Japanese wrestling or shoot interviews with some of our favorite wrestlers. So yeah, definitely ECW, Taz, when Taz came out, like you felt it. Like he lived that persona. That was actually him. Like you could tell those guys when back in the day you had Sandman, who was Sandman was. When you had Tommy Dreamer lived that persona. Francine,
Carjack. You didn't want to fuck with Carjack.
New Jack, yeah.
New Jack.
Oh, New Jack was crazy. New Jack was crazy, and 9 times out of 10, New Jack was high, and yeah, he was. Like New Jack was certified insane. You know, if you get a chance to watch the Dark Side of Wrestling with New Jack, if you get a chance to watch any type of documentary with New Jack, you might want to sit, get some popcorn, because man, he crazy, but he real. You know,
yeah, he is.
He's the only man that almost literally got away with murder, attempted murder during a wrestling match. Because literally, there's a match. He went against this guy before. He told the guy not to do what he was supposed to do during one of the match, and the guy did it anyway. So he said, "Oh, all right, I got you." So they had a scaffold match, and that man was literally 20 feet in the air. And he literally was trying to kill him. He admitted it. He said, "Oh yeah, I was high." He said, "I didn't think of nothing of it." And he said the spot was he had to, fly off the scaffold down to the mat. But he wasn't trying to throw him to the mat. He was literally trying to throw him to the floor. And luckily he hit some of the ropes and it braced his fall, because if he didn't, yeah. so ECW was different. If ECW was a success in its own right, but if ECW had the right sponsorship, like how AEW has right now, skies could have been like it, because literally it was a competition for Vince and it was a competition for Bischoff. It was a competition for both of them because it was completely different than anything that was going on at that time between the Monday Night Wars.
Yeah, and to piggyback on what you said, the wrestlers that really was crazy to me was Abdullah the Butcher, because even though most of the time when I've seen it, he had a manager. That manager could not control Abdullah Butcher when he gets out of control. It's like he couldn't control, and he would slaughter some of these wrestlers. And if it get bad enough, he would pull out. I think he had a spike, not just Captain Southern, but I think he also had a spike as well. So, that's one guy. Sometimes I used to think he was high the way his eyes were, the way he would look at the camera and look at other wrestlers. Sometimes I would think he was high too, but I don't know. He just was. I guess he was just crazy.
Right.
You can hear a shake. Because I think it's some interference down this way too, because I've been having
it probably has to be. It must be some interference because he's been having some issues.
Yeah,
he's been having some issues, but yeah, definitely Abdullah. I would consider like Abdullah like one of the hardcore godfathers of hardcore wrestling. Like you got to think back in the day, you had the Bruiser Brodies, you had the original Sheik. You had those guys, that were the originators, and then you had the later on in the late '80s, early '90s, the beginning and the birth of FMW. That was Odito in Japan, and they were doing the death matches and the exploding barbed wire matches, and that stuff is insane. I like I said, when I can say this because I'm 46, I can say that I watched the birth of hardcore wrestling. I can say I watched the birth of exploding barbed wire matches. I can say that I watched the birth of the UFC. So I can say all of that, you know what I mean? I remember being in high school and watching UFC for the first time and all that stuff, and seeing these guys, like it was the crazy, the matchups and all that stuff. So to see all of this stuff, like, and to see it like now, it's like now the wrestlers of today back to the wrestlers of yesteryear. A lot of those guys, the styles are completely different. Things do still like remain the same, but it's like you can see that the evolution of it is kind of a beautiful thing now. So but we back. We got you, Shay. We good now.
Yeah, I'm going on my phone, man, because my shit tripping. So
right.
Yeah.
But anyway,
and then
go ahead.
No, I started saying also too. To me, back in the days, the wrestling was more violent than in this day. I mean, we have violence in today's wrestling, but not like what I've seen with the hardcore wrestling, man. I mean, just like you said, Dolphin Winter with the barbed wire, with the fire, like Kevin Sumner used to. If you pissed him off, he'll hit you in the face with the flame, and I mean, and they did a good job. I don't know if it was fake or not, where they actually showed that person with the burn mark on their face. And I mean, today's wrestling has violence, but not to me like it was back in the days. I mean, man, that whole hardcore wrestling was something else. And then also too, Dolphin, when I didn't get a chance to, like you did, like with you, to see the Japan wrestling until it came over to the States.
Right.
But to get a chance to see it, man, it's Japan wrestling, the Mexican wrestling. I mean, it's different, but it's good the way they merged with the United States and all these. You have all these wrestling with the different styles and all that, man. If you're a wrestling fan, it's wrestling.
I'll say this. I'll make 2 points real quick. One, I think the internet kind of killed the mystique of the mystery of kayfabe for professional wrestling. It's like kind of a gift and a curse. Once we have technology, it kind of sits there and just clears the mystique. I remember back in the day, you would go get the wrestling magazines from the newsstands, and that's how you kept up with news, or we did word of mouth. And that's just what it was. You would talk to different fans, and you guys would discuss things and kind of figure things out. And I'll be honest with you, I was at a WrestleMania party with a lot of my old coworkers where I used to work with at Marriott, and we was betting on matches. And I told them, I said, I don't think y'all want to bet me. And they was laughing at me, and I wound up walking out with all their damn money. So when you're a fan and you follow it, kind of because it's kind of our soap opera. You know what I mean? That's basically what wrestling is. You look at the mystique now with the internet. Kayfabe is literally out the window. As a lot of these people that are, they are who they are. They, they interact on Twitch and play video games and stuff like that, which is nothing wrong with that. I actually like that they interact with the fans more often and stuff like that. But remember back in the day when the kayfabe days, you had guys that, they couldn't see each other outside of the ring. They weren't having drinks with each other. You know what I mean? Because they had to keep the storylines pure, But I really think right now that you talked about a really good point Paul, about how you have different organizations. AEW is a beautiful example because I remember years ago when Jericho and those guys were in New Japan Pro Wrestling. He was wrestling under the Painmaker, and they interviewed Jericho. And this is before AEW even came into fruition. He said, he would love for one day to have an organization that you can bring New Japan and American wrestling organizations and wrestling organizations together. That's what you got AEW. You got AEW that has a beautiful relationship and partnership with New Japan Pro Wrestling. They also have a partnership with AAA. They have a partnership with DDT. They also are part of Stardom, which is owned by New Japan. And they're working with other different Rev Pro. That's a organization Will Ospreay wrestles for, and he held the title for. So they have relationships all over the globe to sit there and bring in guys. They have actually had guys from the Noah Japan. Noah, that's another wrestling promotion in Japan. So as me and as a lot of us as wrestling fans, man, this is probably the best time because you get those dream matches that you would think that you would never see. The only only organization that's not playing fair, which I understand because they're a monopoly of their own, is the WWE. They're basically saying we like our sports entertainment, we like how we run our product, we make billions of dollars off our product, and we really, really, really don't really need you guys unless we really want to do business. So, you know.
By the way, speaking of information, I remember when I was a kid, right? Because we're pretty much, you're only like a year older than me, so
Right.
I remember when I was a kid, right? Me and Joe, every Sunday morning we couldn't fucking wait. You know what I'm talking about, right, Joe?
Yes, sir.
We opened up the sports page and there was a little column talking about wrestling. As a matter of fact, we found out. I remember one of the things that always will stick to me was how we found out Ultimate Warrior got fired from the WWF. It said Jim Hellwig got fired. That's how we knew his name was Jim Hellwig. I'm like, God, Jim Hellwig, what the fuck kind of name
who
is
the hell is Jim Hellwig?
Right,
You know,
Damn.
they said Road Warrior was couldn't last more than 10, 15 minutes in that ring because he would use all his energy running to the ring and doing that on the ropes and everything. They said that he couldn't last.
He was gassed. He was gassed.
Yeah, he gassed himself out by the time he got to the ring.
Yeah, but and then look what happened to him, unfortunately, when he passed away. Because
Right.
he actually did a comeback, to the ring. And I mean, not wrestle, but he came and did his thing, and I can tell when he got up in the ring and started shaking the ring ropes, the expression on his face like he had something wrong. And then shortly after that, after the show went off, he passed away. And I think what you about to say? Yeah, he actually passed away. So, that was kind of shocking to me, but I didn't know that part that he used to wear himself out. I guess
he passed away from cancer the day after he went on Raw that night. And he passed away that next day.
Sure did.
Did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just on a page with on the WWE page, and there was a question: who was a better champion, Hulk Hogan or Roman Reigns?
Hulk Hogan.
Ooh, Hulk Hogan. Oh yeah,
Hulk Hogan. To me, I was like, one, Hulk Hogan like wrestled everybody. When you were champion, you wrestled. Yeah, he was fast.
Right. And you look at all the years, he put in a lot of years.
Yeah.
Compared to Roman Reigns. Now, I'm not putting down Roman Reigns.
Oh, no, you can't put down Roman because he's badass.
Can't put him down. But Hogan has put in a lot of years. A lot of years.
Yeah, and to have different characters for those years, too.
Yeah. I'm not so...
Here's the thing about Hogan, though. I'm sorry. Here's the thing about Hogan. Back in the day, in the early 80s and 90s, I don't know about house shows, but Hogan, you never seen him wrestle on WWE. The only time you ever see him wrestle was on pay-per-views. You didn't see him wrestle on Sundays, on mornings, or Saturdays, or things of that nature. You only seen him wrestle on pay-per-views. Wrestlers nowadays, they're wrestling a lot more than Hogan did ever did. Even when he was in WCW as a champion, you rarely seen him wrestle.
I remember seeing him wrestle even like when he was with the NWO. He was wrestling a lot.
But you got to remember that's
talking.
But what it was that's when I think those guys were calling those shots in the back because Bischoff was allowing them to run this. It was like basically the prisoners were running an asylum. They were actually calling the matches, if I'm correct. I think Kevin Nash and those guys were doing the booking then, and that's why you had a whole fucking show that had NWO on it with maybe about 10 to 15 minutes of other matches, and that was just all NWO just taking over.
Yeah,
right.
It was fun in the beginning. Then it became to a point. I'm like, okay, are we actually going to get an actual Russian wrestling show?
Right. They slow started that, doing that slow when who was it? Razor Ramon that first came in and said, "I got a really big friend."
Right, right.
Yeah, Diesel.
Right.
Hey, by the way, listen, check this out. I'm gonna do a little exercise, right? I'm gonna drop maybe about a few wrestlers here and there, and when I drop their name, I want you to tell me the first promotion you think of. Okay, WWF or WCW. All right, like Ricky the Dragon Steamboat. What do you think of when you hear his name?
NWA. NWA.
Second best wrestler of all time.
What do you think of? What promotion do you think of, Crypto, when you hear Ricky Steamboat?
Oh,
WWF or WCW?
oh. I think WWF initially because that's where I saw him at. I mean, that's why I went and saw him in person at.
Mm-hmm.
With me, it's NWA because I remember the first time I seen Ricky Gunn Steamboat is when he wrestled Ric Flair.
Yeah,
Right,
That's my first time seeing.
right, yeah.
Scott
Yeah,
Hall?
you're right about that, Mr. Polk. Yeah, he did.
How about Scott Hall?
Scott Hall.
Good grief.
WCW. That was a WCW guy before
Yeah, that was
WWF.
WCW. Yeah.
So that's the thing, yeah.
You don't think of the Razor Ramon character?
That's what I think of. Yes, WWF.
Right,
That's what I was
what I'm
thinking,
thinking of.
Jake. I always think Razor Ramon when I hear him.
How about Kevin Nash? What do you think he was more WWF or WCW? I think both were better in WCW. They're higher. You know what I'm saying?
WCW.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they were WCW before WWF.
They
Because they were
That's where
WCW.
that's where they made their name.
winners.
Right.
That's winners. You think winners? You think because they reached their prime in that league faster than they did in the WWF?
Well, here's the thing.
Well, they were good.
I think if it wasn't for the WWF, Kevin Nash, because remember before that he was Vinny Vegas.
Right.
Right.
Sure enough was.
Vinny Vegas.
Vinny Vegas. Oh, wow.
Damn, that's the one shake money.
Damn.
And Scott Hall was the Diamond Stud.
Yes, he was.
Right. One of my best friends in Nevada is one of his friends is married to Kevin Nash.
Wow.
Oh, damn.
He's a big dude. Like when I met him, I mean, I'm not that tall. I'm like 6 foot tall.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, I felt like a fucking midget. Like my neck hurt looking up at him.
Damn.
I mean, he was big, dude. He wasn't like slinky or anything. That motherfucker, dude. Yeah, he was a big, but he's cool. And I tell you what, you want to get on his good, you can talk the blues music with him, and he knows every blues musician there is alive. Like he is down with the blues and the soul music, like none other. Like the names he came up with, I had to Google it. Well, I didn't Google it, but I was just like, who the fuck? I think YouTube was around, but.
By the way, Michael K. Shout out to Michael K. Because he said in the chat that he's here to remind everyone that the Bills suck. I appreciate you, Michael K.
Hey, 100% agree.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, even though he's a Bills fan, at least he knows the Bills suck.
Hey, and they're suck even more if Josh Allen goes down. That's all they got.
Okay. No, you're right on that.
They're going straight to the toilet.
Yeah, Josh Allen lost his succubus. That's why I think he's gonna lose.
Hey, his time of getting hurt is like about to be there, man. If he keeps running.
Oh yeah, and run in. Oh man. Oh man. But go ahead.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Who, me?
Not yet. Never mind. But so hey, Joe Reese. Nobody has the energy for Michael K. But if you need some energy, man, of course I recommend some Dubby energy drink, man. Good stuff. But
you know what I heard works?
What's that?
A Mexican girl when I was at a Mexican restaurant a couple weeks ago. She told me take cinnamon gum and just chew it a little bit and stick it under your tongue.
What?
And just let it sit there. Yeah. So I tried it.
For what?
Kind of works, man. To get energy,
Oh.
built up, to have more energy. It actually worked. I was pretty impressed.
Cinnamon gum. Oh.
Cinnamon gum. And you just chew it for a little bit and just to get it wet, and then stick it under your tongue for a couple of minutes.
Well, one of my favorite things to do was
It's like a big red gum, ain't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Big Red.
That used to be my favorite gum years back. Big Red.
Yeah, Big Red.
Yeah.
Now, hey, wasn't that Kane's name, the Big Red Machine?
Big Red Machine.
Big Red.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
what
it
I would like
was.
to do,
Kane was.
I would chew cinnamon gum, right? And when I chew cinnamon gum, I would go to McDonald's and get a caramel frappe. And as I was chewing the cinnamon gum, I would drink the caramel frappe and
That must have been-
caramel frappe, and I'll add a little cinnamon flavor to the caramel frappe. That shit was good as hell.
That's
When
it.
I was in
That's a good way.
middle school.
That's a good cheap way to get some extra flavor to whatever you drinking.
Right.
Yeah. Man, that was the best thing ever. Caramel frappes with a little bit of cinnamon.
I never drank the foo-foo stuff, but that does sound good.
I can't
Like
drink it now, man.
anytime I had, I'm like a straight black, bold, strong taste coffee.
Me too. That's what I do.
That's it. That's all it is. I don't drink. I don't put anything in it. And if I do, like a very little bit of sugar, I'll put like maybe a tablespoon, if that, of sugar in it.
Yeah. But see, I'm like you, Lance. I drink, when I drink coffee, I want a coffee for the effect. I don't drink it for the taste. I want it for the effect.
Yeah.
And that's the best way to do it is if you're drinking straight black, you don't get any crash because there's no sugar. You get straight caffeine, and that's the best way to do it. You don't get no crash. I mean, it tastes like crap, but you don't get no crash afterwards.
Well, that's like the Cuban coffee.
Yeah.
That's why I love that shit, man. Fucking, you just drink it straight.
So I drink this. I drink. Not bad. I drink
Shake
Starbucks
Buddy,
coffee.
you killing the kitchen in there.
Damn, how much Cuban coffee you have?
I drink Starbucks coffee in the morning, but I always add a shot of this to it.
Starbucks is a waste of money.
I mean, it's pretty good to me. I like it. The reason I buy it is because I just drink it at home. That way I don't have to stop in at no drive-through, man.
You mean you buy the beans? You buy the bean coffee?
No, it comes in a container, and you put it in the fridge.
Oh,
It's like a nice coffee thing. That's it.
Guys, I gotta go. Today's my mom's birthday. We're taking her out to breakfast. Y'all have a good one, man. We gotta do this again.
Happy birthday.
We said happy birthday.
Happy
Appreciate y'all, man. Definitely.
Where's the cookout?
Nah, we taking her to
What's the address?
Ain't nobody cleaning up afterwards. Everybody trying to hear that.
I was gonna say, I'm only 2.5 hours away from you.
I know. Straight up. But guys, everybody have a good time. Shake, we got to do this again, man. Definitely. Call it. Good morning to you. Definitely.
Right.
Hey, by the way, this Monday, I'm gonna have you on this Monday in the smoke lounge. So we're gonna end it. Maybe we're gonna end it 15 minutes early than we normally do, because this Monday on his channel, West Coast Dolphins, they're gonna interview the one, the only OJ McDuffie. We're gonna drop the link on their channel so people could check you guys out. You guys do amazing work there. You guys are usually Wednesday 8:35, man, and it's a great conversation, man. I hope you guys, like I said, this Monday, OJ McDuffie, man, you can't miss it, man. Is Seth gonna be there too?
That I know of, I think so. Yes.
Oh, that's even better. You know why I like Seth?
I'm listening.
You know why I like Seth?
Huh.
He's a Gator. Seth is a Gator.
But yeah, guys, please definitely watch us on Monday night. We would definitely appreciate it. We appreciate the support from everybody. Love y'all, and always peace, love, fins up.
Fins up.
All right, Dolphin.
Yep. What's up, man?
And yes, Joe Rist, this is Café Bustelo. Yeah, good stuff, man. This is what I grew up on.
Yeah, man, I remember that. That's a
what is it?
Café Bustelo.
That's what I drink all the time.
Yeah,
that's what I drink. The
espresso.
I'm a tea drinker.
Me too, Mr. Polk.
I mean, what I'm saying is I don't drink coffee. I drink tea.
Hey, listen, man. If you drink tea, you better. I don't. If you drink tea, you shouldn't celebrate the 4th of July, don't you?
Right?
Good appreciate.
Man.
Good appreciate.
Right. And what's kind of sad about that? There's some people probably going, "What's that got to do with anything?"
What about half and half, Jake? What about half lemonade, half tea?
Oh, Colin, that's good. I've had
Yeah, I love
half and half.
Anything with anything with lemon is good.
Yeah,
pretty much.
It goes with tequila,
Yeah.
Dude, I'll never forget. I'll never forget. I was drinking Coke, right, and I accidentally picked up my boss's cup. He was drinking unsweet iced tea. It literally tastes like freaking grass clippings. I'm like, who the hell drinks this stuff, man?
You tasting the natural herbs inside the tea leaves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing is with me, I don't drink tea with too much sugar in because I don't like my tea like syrup. So
right.
With me, I like mine just right amount of sugar in.
Yeah.
The only time
just drop 1 cube of sugar in and you good.
The only time I have tea
cube.
is with some whiskey or some bourbon or something, and I'm sick.
No, I'm gonna tell you something that tastes good: tea and organic apple cider vinegar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I had that before. Yeah, that's good. It's good.
Only time I drink tea is when a gut to my head. Oh God.
You got to try the different
I don't
flavors.
celebrate the 4th anymore. Well, I never celebrated the 4th. I don't know who ever celebrated the 4th. Well, I was always celebrating Independence Day, but
Boston Tea Party never happened. No. But anyway, so hey, let me ask y'all this. If y'all could put go ahead. Who by the way, who was better with Macho Man? The Mega Powers or the Ultimate Maniacs? Or Hogan and Warrior? Which one out of the three was better?
It's always
Mega Powers was pretty good too. With Macho Man, yeah, Mega Powers. The Maniacs when Warrior teamed up with him.
Yeah, they kind of all teamed up with each other. Hogan teamed up with Macho Man and Warrior, and also Hogan teamed up with Warrior, and Macho Man teamed up with Warrior. So it was like a combination.
Yeah, Warrior, man, he was just one of those guys. Well, he's like a Swiss Army knife. Where he could be by himself as a lunatic, or he could just by himself.
Yeah.
Now, when you say Warrior, y'all talking about the Ultimate Warrior?
Yeah. Jim Hellwig.
Yeah, my opinion, he was he really sort of broke out when he stayed mostly on his own. But I do remember some times when I remember one time we hooked up with was it the with the Legion of Doom, and oh my goodness.
All those matches, all those combos right there was like the beginning of when wrestling trying things with put people together, kind of like what you get from the Survivor Series days back in the day when they put all these superstars together. So when you're sitting up there talking about Hogan and Ultimate Warrior, and of course that wasn't gonna last too long. And then we talk about Hogan and Savage. that definitely wasn't gonna last too long. Not just because of whatever they had going on in real life, but just because of you got two alpha males, two big time stars, even though they were pushing Hogan the most. It was like kind of like a shot in the face to anybody else. Like up here and team up with your superstar, with your baby face guy winning because you don't have anything else for me to do or whatever the case may be. Like, let me sit up there and keep doing this. Like, you know, when you had the heel guys, they were in factions, and you know, you had
Mhm.
the and family and the Jimmy Harts and them. So it was okay for like Bret Hart, maybe, which I don't remember recalling seeing it, but it was okay for Bret Hart to go with the Honky Tonk Man sometimes because they were all part of the same group.
Mhm.
But you had
Right.
when you had the baby face guys, such as like what we're talking about, Hogan and Warrior, and like those, like it's like what you see today, where tag team wrestling is not what it is, and they trying to make it be something again. But you don't have real tag team. These are just guys that you just throw together nowadays and just hope
Right.
for the best. And that's what I don't like about today's wrestling when you do that. Like I heard Ant mention earlier about God damn it, I forgot my thought already that fast. But but it's like, you know, you put Hogan and another star together. It's like, oh yeah, like when Hogan, I mean when Ant mentioned about superstars like Hogan not doing house shows and stuff like that and all that. So in today's wrestling, it's kind of the same thing. Like even like they're not house shows because now we have a weekly thing like Raw, SmackDown, and whatever, and AEW. They're, you know, Collision and Dynamite and Rampage and all that. So when you look at now, you could get these guys to do that, but what do they do a lot of times? AEW does it better because they give you better matches than WWE does. But WWE will sit up here and for instance, John Cena and The Rock or something would be the main event as a tag team on Raw. Like, why? Because
Mhm.
you're trying to save the guys from possibly maybe getting hurt or whatever. You don't want to mess up the big time main event or whatever. But you know, they save all that stuff for the big time shows. When you got when you got AEW who turns around, they'll sit up there and swap a title out on you on a fucking Wednesday night.
Mhm.
Just
Yeah,
like,
but it also, I was gonna say, it also helps when you just like if you go in to the wrestling as a team, there's there's more to it than if you've already spent half your life as a single fighting wrestler and then team up with someone. You're not gonna have
Yeah.
the hype.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
Hey,
what
but
that's my point. Like, so when back in the days, like, what was the purpose of creating the mega powers and then all of a sudden dismantling it like as
yeah.
fast as they did? Like what
Mhm.
was the point of that? Like that could have been a good, strong tag team.
Yeah. Like the Brothers of Destruction.
Yes,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
those two
yeah.
guys were great as individuals, but also great as a tag team.
Tag team.
And
Mhm.
WWE at the time, to me, was trying to figure it out. So they put in the big time alpha males, Hogan and Warrior together, Hogan and Savage together, and then, but at the same time, Hogan is sitting up there as your champion, and
Mhm.
with Savage feeling how he felt for Hogan. That kind of, if me, I don't know how he felt personally, besides of what he said about Hogan. But me, I'd be like, why I gotta keep coming out here with your guy, with your superstar? You know, why I can't be the guy? Let me be the champion, and I want to be as many time or as has at that reign as long
Mhm.
as
You know, going.
to sit up there because you don't have nothing for me to do. You're gonna create this crap, the mega powers, and
Yeah.
try to limit me. I don't know, whatever you're trying to limit Hogan's wrestling ability so he probably don't get hurt for big time main events and stuff like that. I don't know what the case may be, but when you sit up here and you throw these guys together, it shows me you don't have anything else to do for one of those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny? This, what that reminds me of. I remember back in the day. Let's say, for instance, it was Ricky Steamboat versus Ric Flair, right? And
Mhm.
Ric Flair was the face, and of course, I mean, Ric Flair is the heel, and Ricky Steamboat was the face, right? So they were gonna face each other at SummerSlam. maybe a week beforehand. So Ric Flair and Arn Anderson was wrestling Steamboat and Hacksaw Jim Duggan, let's say, right? And what's funny is the match would start off with Hacksaw Jim Duggan and Ric Flair, right? And the second that Hacksaw Jim Duggan would tag Steamboat, Flair would look at him and haul ass and tag his partner because he didn't want to wrestle him. It's like, and that's the thing I noticed. Like he runs scared from him. You know what I mean?
That thing, because the business, the company would sit up there and they want everybody to be antsy and I can't wait till you put your hands on him type stuff and whatever. And so easy and whatever. So this guy gets tagged in and now it's you and this person one-on-one. I'm not finna give y'all that justice yet. So I'm gonna sit up there and make y'all wait as long as I can before these two guys that possibly will get it on with each other in a few weeks at a big time show or whatever.
And that's such brilliant marketing too, teasing the audience like that, man. It used to work for me. That's why I tuned in every single show, because we thought we were gonna get something.
True, but what I did.
I mean, look at that's like when Sting came into the wrestling with the NWO. Right. It was like the three main characters of NWO: Scott, Nash, Kevin, and Hulk.
Yeah, but
they were scared. They'd run from them.
Right. You could also get to the point where you could predict it. Like they would set up a match, for a Monday night, and you're like, oh, the tag team match, and two of the players involved have a rivalry. You already knew that they were going to tease you. Like you already knew that they were going to stand there and look at each other and not actually fight that night.
I mean, you get a couple cheap shots here and there, but that's it.
Right. Much like if they ever scheduled a championship fight on a regular night, you knew that there was going to be some nefarious activity by the end of that match, and there wasn't no belt going to change hands that night.
That's why I said earlier about why I like AEW better, because you could have your world champion lose a title on television at any given day, but WWE, they save all that for this big time show.
Right.
Yeah,
So basically, AEW said our marketing angle would be the instant gratification marketing angle, pretty much. Like we're just going to give them what they want.
Yeah, I've seen people lose the titles, not just the world title, any title on AEW on TV, and I'm like, do you not know what to do with that wrestler, or this is just something that y'all just throw at a shot at the WWE and say, hey, we don't have to let our guy hold the title for 30 days before he gets to defend it again or whatever.
Right. What's going to draw people to your show when they realize, oh, we can get the goods without having to pay for a pay-per-view event.
Right.
That's powerful marketing right there.
Because being young, I mean, it's different timing right now, but back in the days when we were younger, I mean, we couldn't get pay-per-views, and it's because parents was not paying for that crap. And
not only that, but not to their fault, because pay-per-view was cost prohibitive still back then.
Yeah, I mean, and then, but a wrestling fan as a kid, you don't care or understand all that. You just want to see the show, and you just felt like the show was like being some type of way against you. Like, why it got to be this? Why it got to be
exactly
that?
like some cable markets didn't even have pay-per-view available to everybody yet.
Right. But going our cable did, and so we're sitting up here. Sometimes me and Shake will be sitting up here watching this scrambled and stuff like that, because we only could just hear it. And
the old vertical hold scramble.
But see,
the only pay-per-view that was allowed in my house, so with my dad, was boxing.
Yeah.
We didn't even get that. And my dad was a big time.
Yeah, we didn't.
My dad was a big time boxing fan, and my dad's mentality was this: why would I pay $50 to watch this fight when it's coming on Showtime next week for free?
Yeah. And that's kind of how wrestling was too, because
wrestling. Why should I pay for this wrestling event when they're just going to show me the match highlights on Monday night?
Well, they show
exactly.
they show stills. They didn't show actual.
Oh, right, that's right. They did used to show stills. That's right.
Yeah.
And then also too, TBS started to me started showing more wrestling than some of the other stations, other TV channels you had out there. TBS started showing more of them at a certain time.
That was Turner. Turner was
right. Turner Broadcast, right,
and the owner of the network and the wrestling at the same time.
Right, TNT and all that.
And just, put it down our throats the best way he can.
Right. And then I'm gonna say something there, because if I'm not mistaken, this is AEW. It's two wrestlers right now that they got tag teaming. A guy named Adam Cole and a guy named MJ, who's the world champion.
Yeah.
I said, what is this?
I think it's a setup. I think they're setting up them to face each other. Yeah. I think Adam Cole is setting up MJF to get a title shot. I think it's all storyline bullcrap. And I don't like the whole role. I rather them just feud and let it lead up to the match or whatever. But the way they doing it, I guess whatever. And I mean, it just shows the creativity of MJF, because MJF is an asshole. And but he also shows he can play that good guy role too.
Yeah.
And so but I like about MJF, but I do think he does go too far. Like when he be interacting too much with the crowd, like he throws his gum in the crowd. Like,
what's his name?
Literally throwing the gum at you. He's literally throwing drinks on you and and smacking your hat off your head and all that. And these are not plants. Like
no.
Well, I mean, Scott Hall used to throw the toothpick at the crowd.
That's different. You're flinging a.
Oh yeah, no. I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah,
I mean, that was part of his, because MJF doesn't do it every time. See the thing with Scott.
But when Scott Hall did it, he threw it at the camera. He didn't throw it at the audience.
Oh no, he threw it at the audience too.
No, he threw it at the audience also.
I remember seeing it.
But here's the thing.
But it was part of his gimmick though.
That was part of his gimmick.
Right.
He knew he was
just like Triple H. When Triple H did his entrance and got up on the ring, when he came down the thing, he had a bottle of water, some bottled water in his hand. As soon as he jumped up on the ring and faced the audience, he spits the water out. But that was part of his gimmick. He didn't do it on purpose like MJ does. And I see what you're saying. MJ does it on purpose.
Like when they go in the crowd and start fighting each other, like I literally saw him take a drink from a black kid and just dumped it on his head.
Oh damn!
Right, a black kid. I'm like,
what?
No, MJ.
I don't really care if he was black or white. That's just fucked up, no matter what.
No, but that's it. That's part of his character. That's why MJ.
But come on, MJ. But listen. You're in the audience right now with your kid, and he came up and did that to your son. You cool?
Oh, it's on.
No, I'm not cool on that.
Well, but how do you know he didn't know him or not? You know what I'm saying?
Because it came out the next day. Because people were questioning, was he a plant? And people were saying that kid was not.
He was not a plant.
Right. Yeah. What's going on? Let's welcome MCJB. What's going on, brother?
What's up, MCJB?
What's going on, everybody? Good morning. How we doing?
Good.
We're all right. How you doing?
We talking about some wrestling, I see.
Yes, sir.
I like it. I don't know anything about them old wrestlers, but I can tell y'all some of the new stuff, because I'm only like 24 years old, so
Who do you think is going to be the next world champion?
Who?
LA Knight.
He said,
I don't think anyone's beating Roman Reigns.
No, the Roman's days are coming soon.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's beating Roman Reigns in the next year. I really don't.
I don't know.
You talking about? Hold on. Wait, you talking about world heavyweight champion?
I did hear they were gonna hold. He's probably gonna hold it until WrestleMania.
Right. They're holding for WrestleMania, and then he'll lose.
I think they should. In the future, Cody Rhodes is going to take over Seth Rollins' championship.
That's a good possibility. I think Seth Rollins should have the world champion sometime.
No, that's a good. We can debate about that.
Listen,
I don't really.
I don't think.
I don't really see nobody beating Roman Reigns anytime soon. Who's out there that beat him?
Why you think they broke up the bloodline? Because they don't have nobody in place. Roman done beat everybody already.
Yeah.
So then now they got to shift it some other way. They put him in these tag team matches, and they're doing all this other stuff now with him to keep him out of singles competition, so he doesn't
And,
have to defend the title.
and really, the only other person that could probably beat him, they already made him look bad. Brock Lesnar.
Oh, dude.
Yeah,
Bro,
but see,
I
Brock
think
Lesnar.
Brock Lesnar could beat Roman Reigns. Yep. I think
Yeah,
Brock
but we,
Lesnar.
Well,
Brock
right now,
Lesnar is literally the
no,
only
but
Right,
person that can beat Roman
Brock.
Reigns.
Yeah, he's just a beast. That
He
guy
big as
is
hell.
yeah,
big.
yeah.
but
He's just bad, man. He's just
But see,
man.
He's just
with Brock
bad and
Lesnar,
big.
he did
he
not
He's a
has,
face
fucking
Cody.
beast.
but see, he's still feuding with Cody Rhodes, so I don't see
They're not
that
that
happening to feud
it,
because they still feuding. Him and
right. That's
Cody
what I'm saying.
Rhodes.
Cody is and Brock still. They're gonna go at it at SummerSlam.
Right.
And
So that,
Yeah,
hopefully that does not set up something else for later on. Let that be over with.
right.
I don't want to see Brock and Roman no more. I'm tired of that crap. If somebody going, maybe an outsider from another
I
company
mean,
coming in,
oh,
or
wait. That's right. What's
I
the
mean,
name? What's the name just came back? He might be able to beat Roman. He just came back from an injury. Good grief. The one who holds up a sword.
McIntyre.
McIntyre.
I
Yeah,
don't
that's who
like
I
Mc.
thought too.
Right.
They're doing him dirty. I think he's a lot better than what a lot of people give credit for.
I don't like him as champion either. I mean, he had his little run.
I think he needs a little more performance, but
He had his little run, but I think he's just whatchamacallit. He's like what Sheamus and Gunther are. Those hard, big time, tough. I can take whatever you give me type wrestlers. Like just smack the shit out of me and I eat it. Like that's what those guys are. Him and that's why that match was pretty good. Was it at WrestleMania where it was Gunther, McIntyre, and Sheamus?
Oh, I forgot all about
yep.
Gunther.
I think that was the best match.
What about Gunther going against Roman Reigns for the world championship?
That would be good too, but
That would be good.
They're going to turn Gunther face.
But right now, I mean, Roman.
What you mean by that?
Turn into a good
Y'all
guy.
hear me? There was a train that went by.
They're going to turn.
No.
I don't think
No,
turn.
but see, if
I
you
hear
turn,
MC.
Okay.
here's the thing: if you turn Gunther into a
Thank you,
good guy,
Crypto.
that's gonna kill. To me, it's gonna kill his the character that he portrayed. You can have two bad guys going. You can have two guys who are not popular with the crowd going at each other.
I understand that, but I think it'll be better for him to be a face because he doesn't really cheat much to win his matches anyhow.
Right.
Gunther is a big old powerful dude. He has his little sidekicks that interferes here and there, but does he really need them? I don't think so.
Nah,
you don't need him.
That's why I think as a good guy he can hold his own. I think the only problem is on why he's a bad guy or whatever you call him is because of his talking skills ain't there yet.
Oh, okay.
right.
And usually a lot of bad guys, they don't really put them on the mic like that. They just let you go do whatever you got to do but usually good guys are going to usually have to be on the mic because look at Brock Lesnar. All that time he was a bad guy. He needed Paul Heyman to talk for him all these years until
They
he
put him
was
in.
able to
They
get.
put him in as a bad guy because it's easier to be a bad guy than to be a good guy and make people.
That's why I'm saying it's easier.
Yeah.
It was easier for Brock Lesnar to do that as a bad guy because when he turned good, he started talking on his own.
Yep.
He didn't have Paul Heyman anymore, and Paul Heyman didn't have to talk for him. And he was able to sell his own promos and do all that. On the other hand, I don't see what's the purpose of Paul Heyman with Roman Reigns because he doesn't really have to talk for Roman. Roman has improved big time on the mic from what he was.
Yeah.
And
especially with the Shield, he made a big jump.
It was just the big dog, the third wheel kind of. So if you ask me, and then the muscle of the group.
Yeah, that's what he was with the Shield. Yeah,
what he was. He didn't do much talking. He just came out there and just did what he had to do and let Dean and Seth did all that. But put the microphone on him. He wasn't that great. They took it off of him, and I guess they saw something in him because I seen plenty of articles that said that
Well, The Rock had a lot to do with that too, though.
What?
Roman Reigns.
Nah,
But
come on,
not
bro.
saying I'm not saying Roman Reigns doesn't deserve it or isn't a badass. But you can't tell me that The Rock didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, I can't. I think that man paid his dues. That man paid his dues and did what he had to do.
Hey, I'm not saying any of that. I agree.
So what are you saying The Rock did? I think if anything, if The Rock did anything for Roman Reigns, was put him in that dumbass movie he was in.
Yeah, I don't see too much connection with. I mean, I don't see too much connection with The Rock's character in Roman Reigns.
Well, here's the thing. I see where Lance is coming from, because let's look at this way. Dusty Rhodes has something to do with why Cody Rhodes and Goldust is in the wrestling business, but it was Goldust and Cody Rhodes' performance that kept them in the WWF. Just like The Rock helped open the doors for Roman Reigns, but it's Roman Reigns' performances that kept them in the ring in those doors.
Right. Right.
So basically, y'all saying the Roman Reigns wouldn't have been a wrestler if it wasn't for The Rock?
No, I'm just saying it helped. Listen, no, what we're saying is it helped him get into the WWF faster. It put him into the.
I disagree with that, because we fail to realize the Roman Reigns daddy was a wrestler himself. So
but the thing,
so he could have just.
He has connections with The Rock.
He could have easily just had his old boy was wrestling way before The Rock was, though.
Yeah, but he had connections with The Rock, so that helps him get in the door.
I mean, I think what helps him get in the door is just his family background, because they are one of the largest families in the business.
Which is The Rock.
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Even though they're one of the largest family, I understand that. It's just that the character of The Rock and Roman Reigns, and also the timing, to me, it's not what's the word? It's not well connected, because the Rock started going off and doing movies and stuff just a little while, just when Roman Reigns started coming into wrestling. So I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm just saying it's not much of a connection besides the real family background. It's not that much connection with the Roman Reigns and The Rock.
Yeah, put it this way, it was more Chief Peter Maivia, which that's where it all stems from.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's the point. But we talking about, everybody keeps saying The Rock. The Rock, it was just the most successful out of everybody. That's all it is. If it wasn't for The Rock and his success, we wouldn't be talking about The Rock right now. You know what I'm saying? So his old boy didn't have the big success like The Rock does, but we're not talking about that.
Well, now, hold on. I think Yokozuna was just as successful as The Rock. I mean, he didn't do as far as wrestling is concerned. The Rock is popular outside of wrestling, but Rikishi was a main eventer, champion, and all that stuff. He had great success as well in the ring.
Right, but we're not sitting up here saying it was because of The Rock.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying about Roman Reigns. It's just because they share some type of bloodline with each other. Because then what about Nia Jax? Nia Jax is part of that crap too. And what about her? When her success came, we ain't talking about The Rock. You know what I'm saying? She was the first Samoan or whatever she is, women's champion. Even Tamina did not even win that title. You know what I mean? And Tamina is like they shitted on her forever. They never gave Tamina the top spot ever.
Right. You would think so because of Jimmy.
Who's that Toro?
Super Jimmy Fox.
Well, no, I want to welcome El Toro.
Daughter.
Oh.
What's good?
What's going on?
What's happening?
It's excellent, man. What's going on?
What's going on, Esther? How you doing, my brother? Good to see you, man.
Not much, man. I just had to throw up that pick, man. That's Cain Velasquez when he tried to do. I think he's still getting back into it, lucha. He's actually good, man. I just Yeah, I just hopped in. I heard you guys talking about Lesnar, so I threw Kane in there.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Before he got into his legal issues, I don't know if he's still trying to get back into it, but I mean, I think I heard that he's still doing it. So
who you talking about, Esther?
Kane.
You talking about
Have y'all
Kane?
seen any of his lucha tape? Yeah.
You talking about Kane?
Kane Velasquez.
Yeah, that's the guy who beat Brock Lesnar in UFC.
Yeah, but he went over to wrestling,
He's
and he actually went down to Mexico and did a lucha, like trained for it. Yeah, he trained for it. You know, like all the flying around and all them stunts that they do, and he actually looks like he's fit for it. You know what I mean? But you gotta have like that stage presence. So I don't know if he has that.
You know what's funny is Chris Jericho. That's how Chris Jericho started. Was with lucha. He started in Mexico.
I think Kane should be one of them characters that just kind of like off in the distance, like mysterious, kind of like the Kane, the big red machine.
Mm-hmm.
Or like the Great Muta. The mysterious characters from back in the day that they really didn't touch the mic too much, but when they came out, they captured you. I think.
Yeah, actually, like Kane, the actual Kane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That they call them the Big Red Machine.
Brother.
Oh, was that Big Van?
Yeah,
Vader?
the Undertaker brother.
Yeah, but like the mysterious characters that always kind of like that captured.
Yeah, didn't speak.
Don't grab the mic.
Yeah, I could see Kane Velasquez with Paul Heyman as his manager, or something like that.
Yeah, I think they should have like kind of brought him along like quietly, kind of like that, and not let him touch the mic too much, just to get used to what they do in the ring, and then eventually, let him grab the mic. Like the other Kane, the red Kane. I don't know, what do they call him? The Big Red Machine. What's his name?
Yeah.
He didn't touch the mic for a while. You know what I mean?
Remember,
you never heard him talk.
He couldn't
talk.
So his character
couldn't talk. His character couldn't talk.
Yeah. But you know what, Esther?
the point that I'm making is, without him talking, he was still a big deal.
Yeah, he was.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, you didn't want to watch him come into the ring, man. He was dope. You know what I mean?
Hey, but by the way, Esther, you just made me think of a good storyline. Like, for instance, I could see Brock Lesnar turning on Paul Heyman, right? He beats the shit out of Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman disappears for a while, right? And then all of a sudden, Brock Lesnar's wrestling, and all of a sudden, Kane Velasquez comes out of nowhere, beats the shit out of him, and then you see Paul Heyman come as he's laying down. Paul Heyman comes out. He goes, "I told you I'd get you back for this. I told you." And then he's pushing Kane Velasquez.
That's cool, but the problem is they kind of already did that, but not like that.
Uh-huh.
The thing is, Paul Heyman already has been turned on
by Brock Lesnar.
Yeah, so that's what got them separated right now, because they're not on the same. They don't see eye to eye anymore since Paul Heyman's been with Roman Reigns. So
okay, I got you. So yeah, I could see him. I could see him get Kane. He goes, I remember the one guy who beat you in UFC. Now he's going to beat you here in the WWF.
And the only other thing is, Paul Heyman works with his own guys. Like, if you're a Paul Heyman guy, that's who Paul Heyman fuck with. So it's like Paul Heyman. Everybody we've seen him deal with lately, as far as in the WWE, as in the position he's in, like from CM Punk. CM Punk is a Paul Heyman dude. Brock Lesnar is a Paul Heyman dude. Roman Reigns, he's not really a Paul Heyman dude, but the bloodline, the family is. Like, he has a big relationship with Roman's father and all them people of the family. So that's why they link that together. So it's like, if Paul Heyman's going to do that, he may be the first dude that is not actually a Paul Heyman guy that he's actually going to work with. Other than that, if it's a guy that Paul Heyman likes and he wants to get that push, he'll drive it to the company and let them know, like, y'all need to do something with this here. Don't waste this guy.
I just think they're missing out on what they could do with Kane, with his skill set for how big he is. The fact that he can fly around like that. Like, there's not a lot of guys that can do that. I don't
even know who he is.
Yeah.
When you say Kane, you talking about the Undertaker's brother, right?
Kane Velasquez was the guy who beat Brock Lesnar in UFC.
Didn't he make his appearance already though?
Yeah, he did, but they didn't bring him along as a luchador. They brought him in just as a wrestler. But he went down and trained lucha, and that's what they should have did. Like, the mask and everything that he wears is dope. It just would have been I think they could have made money off that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's what you go when you go. Like, the storylines and all that shit is cool, but when you go to an actual professional wrestling match, it's the shit that they do in the ring that like captivates you. You know what I mean? And so, but like that stuff's like a whole nother level, like over the top. Like, you might not know about it, but if you actually watch it, like, damn, like some of the stuff they do is ridiculous, man. Like when they do that scissor, I don't know what the hell you call that, when they jump in the air and they like do that twist and turn shit in the air. You know what I mean? I mean, I don't know, man. To see a guy that's like 200 pounds, 40 pounds plus do some shit like that. I don't know. Is there somebody that does that right now? You know what I mean? But I just think to set it off the mask, the mask is
if you want to see
dope,
big,
man.
If you want to see big dudes do stuff like luchadors, go watch the dude in AEW, Keith Lee.
Yeah, man, that guy, good grief.
Go check out Keith Lee. Look like a big ass offensive lineman, and he out here doing moves like Rey Mysterio.
Yeah. And then also too, look at the guy that's with Christian.
That fake Kane.
He's been the Jungle Boy.
Luchasaurus, I call him.
Yeah,
okay, well, what'd you say this guy's name is?
Keith Lee.
Okay, could you imagine the match between him and Kane? The shit that you get to see? Like, I'm talking about.
He's way bigger than Velasquez. And the only thing I fear about those type of matches, what you talking about, is it might look like a Goldberg and Brock Lesnar all over again. And that shit was terrible.
Hey, did Brock Lesnar ever wrestle Goldberg?
Yeah, and it sucked.
Yeah.
Okay.
The crowd booed that shit. I think it was a WrestleMania match, if I'm not mistaken, and they were like too stiff. It's like when you put those guys like that against each other, it's just basically kind of just power and power.
Yeah.
It's kind of boring. Because you're limited in moves, especially those two guys. You only could do so much and whatever. Maybe.
Yeah, but I don't know how you could compare those two to guys that fly around the ring, bro. Like,
yeah, those are big ass.
Well, like look at Kane. Look at Kane and Undertaker. They were two big dudes, but they're very agile.
Right. Yeah. But what I'm trying to say is, they both brought the same thing to the table. We're talking about an MMA guy who learning the wrestling business to a guy who's already been in the wrestling business. So that means that if we're talking about Keith Lee and him linking up, or even Brock Lesnar, we're talking about a guy that Brock Lesnar is going to have to make.
It really doesn't take him that long to learn, though, bro. Because I've seen amateur wrestlers train. So I'll just share something with you. Like, I used to do mixed martial arts, but they had a ring in there, and there was guys that would do amateur wrestling that came in, and they would they were dude, like within a month they had a lot of stuff down. Like, Kane's already got the skill set to do luchadors. Like, it's not going to take that long to bring them along, is what I'm saying. Like, I just think they're missing out on the opportunity.
We're talking about a guy that has experience, like, I don't know what, compared to a guy that just learning or whatever. He's still going to be learning stuff in the ring at the same time. And it's going to take Brock Lesnar, who is not a good performer himself when it comes to having to sell stuff. So Brock Lesnar would have to sell that to make Kane look good in certain spots, because that's what a lot of wrestlers do.
There's just so much ways to get around that. When Goldberg got introduced to WCW, he was like that mysterious character I'm talking about. Well, what did he do? He came out and whooped ass real quick, and he was out, right? But it was like the matches weren't long. Like,
wait a minute, when Goldberg first came in.
But I see what
What?
Hello?
Shake Bunny.
Hello?
He disappeared on us. He said, "I see."
Yeah,
Shake Bunny got kidnapped. He got put in a Russian suplex.
Uh-oh.
Don't say that.
Uh-oh. Somebody took out the host.
Brock
Yeah.
Lesnar.
No. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Can you hear me?
We hear
Yeah,
you.
somebody tried to beat me for my hardcore title. I just beat him now, but no. But see, what happened was when Goldberg first came in the league, he started beating on jobbers. He didn't fight Kevin Nash and things like that.
That's what I'm saying. He got in the ring with crappy guys. Like that's why his streak was the same thing. If you watch AEW, we talk about the girl Jade Cargill.
Yeah, I know.
We talk about she went 60-0 before she lost her first match. Bro, she didn't fight big time women every match. You know what I'm saying? She fought a bunch of locals.
You said she was stat padding, is what you saying?
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I think one of the reasons they wrestle jobbers is because they want to show you, to illustrate what kind of moves he does and his full strength. You know what I'm saying? They want to see so Goldberg, when he first came, he started destroying these lower tier wrestlers, and then eventually he was working his way up.
But
I think that'll be the best way to do for Kane, and maybe this time next year with a lot of experience, then him and Brock Lesnar will probably work out better.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know. Brock Lesnar's getting up there.
Thing is, I've seen a lot of guys.
What's the chance that Kane is coming back?
Here's the thing. I've seen a lot of guys that came from.
Okay, but which Kane you talking about?
In business, bro. Like that's all I'm saying. They could try it and all, but some of them, like, you really think Logan Paul is gonna be here forever? You give Logan Paul a 10-year career in this business? No.
I'll be right back, yo.
Logan Paul is
he's a better wrestler than he is boxing.
That's because he's agile. That's it. Look at him. He's long. He's slinky. Like, you know what I'm saying?
He's a better wrestler. I think he'll be better in the WWE than this YouTube shit.
I think so too. Because to me, he could easily.
But wait,
get the wrestling thing down.
Did y'all ever watch his first? Y'all ever watch his first match?
No, I didn't get a chance to see his first.
Okay,
he was pretty. He was pretty.
No. His very first match, he teamed up with The Miz, and he sucked. That's why he was in a tag team match, and The Miz had to carry that shit because he was not there. WWE just threw his ass out there because he's able to jump. He's able to jump high. He's able to fly over the ropes. He's able to do all that other crap. But guess what? He couldn't do shit correctly in the ring. So it doesn't even matter. Like, we talk about Cain Velasquez with his limited experience that I keep talking about. Let's look at the dude that's with Sheamus and that group Sheamus is in now, the whatever they call the
Brute.
Yeah.
Brute.
Okay, so we look at them. That dude, Butch Holland, I think his name is. He looks like a bootleg Brock Lesnar, right? So
a bootleg version.
For a dude that size, and you would think he had the power and the strength and all that, he still fucked up a move and he broke Big E's neck. Anything like that could happen when you have these dudes that are not yet. You know what I'm saying? So that
was one of the big things they got rid of Jaya Jax.
Right, because she was sloppy in the ring.
Because she was very sloppy, yeah.
Right, so that's the thing. So you could be whatever, all this and all that in the ring, but if you can't sit up there and protect your opponent the way you're supposed to, that's why I kept saying that Brock Lesnar against Cain Velasquez, Brock would have to carry that match and make Cain look as good as to, because Cain is not going to understand, because Cain is just learning the moves and stuff like that. But how are you going to sit up there?
We got you, Miss.
How are you going to you got to teach the guy, like, because everything is not just only choreographed. Like, you're only choreographed to learn the moves. That's it. But shit happens in the ring. That's why you have the referee with the earpiece. The referee tells them, all right, wrap it up. End the match. The referee is telling them all that because backstage is telling them that. And so now you have to sit up there and get to it. Now, how do you lead up to the move and all that other crap that once the referee sits up there? Because you ever see a match where they probably went overtime, and you could tell they went overtime because there are guys who sat up there and they're getting their ass kicked. They just laying there, they're dead. They act like they got hit by a chair or something. But if it's time to wrap up the match, all of a sudden he just up and he hits you with the move, and now you're done 1, 2, 3. Like, what the hell, nigga? I just pile drive you, DDT your ass on a chair, and all you did was jump up, kick me in the stomach, DDT me on the mat, and you get the 1, 2, 3. Like, how would you be able to tell a wrestler who's non-experienced to sit up there and on the fly, especially because you're in a live show, there's no cuts and all that, and no do-over. So that's what I'm saying. I think Brock Lesnar would have to carry that as much as he'd have to, because I've seen Brock Lesnar. He had to carry Braun Strowman. Yeah. Braun Strowman is another big old reckless guy in the ring. Hell, he's even reckless for himself. Have you not seen when he does that little thing when he runs around the
when he broke his shoulder, didn't he?
Yeah, huh?
He broke his own shoulder.
Yeah, he broke his own shoulder.
Doing something.
Did you see when he first came back, his first night back on Raw, and he went to do that move where when you're outside the ring and he runs around and he just shoulder tackles you real quick and knock you down? He slipped. He bust his ass for no reason. I thought he tripped over one of them cables, the camera cables that be out there. But no, when they showed that camera angle, he just literally lost his footing and fell.
Hey, but real quickly, let me welcome Fred Dunlap. What's up, Fred?
What's up, Fred?
What's up?
What's up, Shake? What's up, the panel?
What's up, Fred? You done lapped over, man.
What's up, Crypto? How's everybody today?
All right.
We're all right, Fred. How you doing? Good, Mr. Paul. Nice to hear you again, man. Always.
At least we don't have to worry about people cooking you for your football takes, Fred, today.
We can now cook him for this wrestler take.
Hey, Shake, come on. Like I say, Shake, man.
Is this the Fred that EM Dolphins fan be talking about?
No, you good.
Hey, no, Shake, if I win it.
Yeah, that's the Fred. That's the Fred. Yeah, that is the Fred.
That's him.
Winning if I get cooked, Shake, I'm good with it, bro.
Dang,
you know.
Fred.
No,
got the, comparison.
It's all fun, man. It's all fun, man.
Hey, by the way, are you gonna be you're gonna be a part of Pete's panel?
Hey, man, of course that, man. When I find out it's going on, or whenever it starts, or whatever, man, you know I'm down with Pete, Shake. You know that.
Yeah,
wait, what's going on? Pete's gonna have a panel.
What's up,
Elton? Yeah, so pretty much, he's gonna get a panel full of tour detractors. So you got Fred, you got Mr. Negative, Great One DeVore, and Pete. So they need probably like 2 more people.
I don't see why they don't throw Lewis in there too. Lewis he took a suppressant or something. He's suppressing it right now, but Lewis is one too. So Lewis needs to get in that panel.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Pete, I don't think Pete approve of Lewis right now, Esther.
Hey.
No, by the way, this is Pete panel, and Pete says I'm gatekeeping right out the gate.
Yeah, he did. He said I'm gatekeeping.
Well, I have 2 spatulas.
Yeah, he did say that
for Lewis, man. 2 spatulas on hand, man.
So, and then of course, Dr. Reginald says he wants to be a part of the positive people speaking of positive to us. So. We're getting that.
Yeah, that's polar opposite, bro. Polar opposite. Anyways, man, I wanted to tell Shake, man, this is awesome, bro, because I never get to talk to y'all, but just to have turn on YouTube and Shake doing a panel, man, I'm kind of getting used to it, man, because it's like the consistency. So, but yeah, man, I work a lot, man. I just get to hear every now and then. But today I'm kind of running errands, and then I got to go to work. But it's nice to just, listen to you guys talk. I don't know much about wrestling. But I mean, man, I think the last time I was like really into wrestling was when it was like WCW went down. When WCW went down, I was into that whole plot, the story, everything that was going on with the NWO. I loved all that. And then when it kind of died out, it kind of like killed it for me. So it was real hard for me to get back on. Every now and then I'll check some out, but it just didn't feel the same. For me, it didn't feel the same. Like that's the kind of, they just kind of brought, for me, WCW brought variety. You know what I mean?
Hey, Shake.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know
Hold
if
on.
you picked it up. I don't know if you picked it up yesterday, man. But did you hear me call the coach? I called him Wahoo McDaniel, Shake.
Yeah, Wahoo McDaniel. Who's that?
That was the wrestler, Shake.
Oh yeah, Wahoo McDaniel. Yeah.
Yeah, he used to dress up like the Indian, bro.
Yeah,
Damn.
he used to be an ex-football player.
Wahoo
He was a
McDaniel.
football player also.
Oh, was he Mr. Polk?
I think he was an ex-football player. I
But
don't know what team, but
cool.
yeah, I think he was an ex-football player.
Man,
Cool.
Any
tell y'all.
boxing update? Who's gonna be boxing? Who's gonna be any major fights that you're looking forward to see? Esther.
Oh yeah, man! At the end of the month, one of the biggest ones that's been suppressed in the boxing community forever that we've been clamoring for. Vincent Crawford is about to go down. That's
Yeah,
about to go down.
that's the Errol
And
Spence.
then you got that cross. What do you say that cross sport match that just apparently is about to get signed or already got signed. Francis Ngannou is going to fight Tyson Fury at heavyweight.
Hey,
But
can I ask something? Can I ask
that's
something,
pretty
man?
cool of me though, man, because that's all that guy's asked for since day one was
Hold on,
to
Fred.
be a boxer.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like Francis Ngannou's story is like real, man, bro. That dude, I mean, straight up came from like a real struggle, like life and death. Like when you hear his journey from him, I believe he went from he's Cameroonian or he's from Cameroon, and there's this this path that they would have to take from Cameroon to eventually like a bordering African country, and I think it was it Nigeria or something? I can't remember. But from there, they had to cross over to France. So a majority of that journey was just trying to get to Nigeria. But the journey he had to go through was like they had to cross a desert on like would be the comparable. He's a huge person, like the size. He said they were traveling on trucks like the size of like Ford Rangers, bro. That's like the smallest pickup that exists. And he said that they were all like 20 people packed onto the back of a Ford Ranger, and like that this Ford Ranger was like hauling ass through the desert. And bro, it didn't matter, bro. There was like no mercy. If you were a pregnant woman with your kid and you fell off, because he said he saw that. He saw like people fall off, and if you fell off this truck, that was it. They wouldn't turn around and go back for you. It was just balls to the wall all the way to the Nigerian border or something like that, man. But he said he had to do that twice, bro, because they deported him back to Cameroon. You know what I mean? But his journey and what he did, he worked in sand mines, was to get to France, and all that he ever wanted was to be a boxer. He never asked to be a mixed martial artist. His trainer got a hold of him when he got to France. Eventually, he gets to France, and his trainer told him that he made more money doing MMA. But all this guy ever asked for or ever wanted to do was boxing, and he has pure power. So there's a chance. He does have the chance to land a big shot on Tyson and knock him out. You know what I mean? So I'm curious.
Boxing?
Yeah, man, they're gonna do a boxing match.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So, but anyways, man, it's crazy that he finally got, his dream, what he aspired for to happen. At least, you like to see that, man. Play out in real life, man. That was his dream. You know what I mean? And he's a good dude, but for some reason, because he's not American or he's not an American African born here, it's like they don't respect him. I don't know why, but the dude is a good athlete. Like if you learn his background and the stuff that even what he did in MMA when he fought Cyril Gane, his last fight in the UFC, like all he ever was when he got introduced to the sport was considered to be like a brawler type with a lot of power. But this dude went to the ground with Cyril Gane, and he actually did good, rolling on the ground. Like the transitions he was doing on the ground. I know y'all talk professional wrestling. There's transitions in that. Well, there's like in jiu-jitsu, there are legitimate transitions you got to do to set up yourself when you're on the ground. And this dude, man, if you watch that Cyril Gane fight, when you learn this guy's story, to know that he came from like he had no training when he got to friends, and got some training and like just amateur his journey to get, and he made it to the UFC. And now this dude, bro, it's like if this dude beats Tyson Fury, it's not, he's a major underdog, but if this dude beats the guy at heavyweight that has the belt, bro, that's like a Hollywood story, like a movie that, like,
Yeah,
bro,
yeah.
and nobody's paying attention to this guy, man. It's like nobody respects him. So I don't know.
Well,
My opinion.
and who was that? Esther, real quick, who was that dude that beat the shit out of the Irish guy that everybody hates?
Conor McGregor.
McGregor. Yeah, that I think
Which
he was
one?
wrestling bears or some shit.
Oh, Nate Diaz. Yeah, Nate Diaz is about to do a boxing match too.
No, not Nate Diaz. It was another guy. He's from Russia or something like that. He used to wrestle
Khabib
bears when he was a kid.
Yeah,
And because
he
the reason he beat the shit out of McGregor of his religion.
Yeah, McGregor made front. Well, his dad too. His dad was his trainer from the come up. You know, from the time that he was a kid. So it was a major disrespect. You know, that he disrespected his family, his religion. Like, I know, like, we troll as Americans. A lot of people troll, but like that dude was, bro. Like, he literally, legitimately wanted to go beyond, fighting. Like, he wanted to take that dude out of this world. That's how pissed off Khabib was. You know what I mean? So, but Khabib did well, man. You know, he made a lot of money in the UFC, made himself a millionaire, and he started his own MMA fight league over there in Europe. You know what I mean? So he's doing good, man. And he's actually finding quality guys, bringing guys that the UFC would never see. Khabib has the eye for the amateurs and the guys that are coming up that actually are good, and he's actually signing guys that are good. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, and he just started his promotion. He's already starting off good. You know what I mean? Dana White gets a lot of his guys. He cherry picks them from other promotions. You know what I mean?
El Toro is Esther El Toro, bro?
Yeah, that's Esther.
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, Esther, let me ask you something, bro. Like, what's the most popular weight class, man, in boxing today, bro? You know what I mean? Like, what weight class are your most exciting fights? You know what I mean, right, bro?
It has to be lightweight. There's so many different.
What's the weights in that, Esther? Like 130, 135?
Yeah, I believe it's 100. I believe it's 135 to 140. Because it goes junior, lightweight, and then super lightweight. I don't remember exactly, man. I get confused. I think it's like 137 to 145 or something like that.
Okay, so
it's got to be lightweight.
There's even a flyweight, right? Like a flyweight.
Yeah.
Bantamweight. How about bantamweight? Esther, I mean, they have some good fights down there at the lower weight class, man. I noticed, man. You know.
There's a Japanese kid that everybody's been talking about.
Yeah, man. You're right.
The Monster. Even Tank talked about him. Like, this dude, they're talking about him being potentially the next Manny Pacquiao, and possibly even better. But he fights at featherweight. But that's not saying that he can't move up in weight, because Manny started off as a featherweight. Like, Manny was tiny. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's why he was so skillful when he went up to lightweight, and he just brought a different style, different look to the lightweight division once he went up, because he fought at featherweight. You know what I mean? So
hey, Esther, how about dudes like if they're at 135, man? You know, then how is it? I mean, like
135.
Yeah, say they're fighting at 135, right? Do they drop down, bro, to like 130 to fight somebody, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like,
it just depends, bro, because you look at Tank Davis, he fought for the first time outside of his weight class. He fought a super lightweight, and he took his belt. He fought Brandon Barrios. But if you really think about it, I don't really see Tank going up to welter like ever. He's just too small. It's like when, because he's going to be at a major disadvantage against welterweights because those guys are way bigger than him. It's like when Canelo, everybody was dissing Canelo for going up to light heavyweight, right? And fighting a guy in his prime, right? When he fought B-Ball, a lot of people didn't know about B-Ball. I did. I wasn't surprised that B-Ball beat him. And I don't think Canelo will ever be. The guy's just too big. He's not in his weight class. I don't think Canelo should have ever fought the guy. And if he ever wanted to have a chance to beat him, he should have had tune-up fights at that weight class. Because you're going back and forth, and people say, well, he's already fought at light heavyweight. But he fought Kovalev at that weight class, and Kov was already out of his prime when he fought him. Like, he was still good and dangerous, but he wasn't in his prime. And if you're gonna fight a guy in his prime, you gotta kind of like ease your way in at least maybe 1 or 2 tune-up fights before you do it. So that's where Canelo messed up. So if Tank ever moves up, he's got to take some tune-up fights. He can't just because he's gonna lose too. If that let's put it this way. It'd be like
that's like when Sugar Ray Leonard had fought Marvin Hagler. Didn't he? I don't know if you were born around that time, but I think Sugar Ray Leonard had to put on weight to fight Marvin Hagler, and then when I watched the matches, really Marvin Hagler won that, but because of Sugar Ray Leonard's popularity, they gave that match to him, but Sugar Ray did not look like the welterweight Sugar Ray when he had to go fight Marvin Hagler. Because I think he had to put some weight on the fight.
Let me give you an example of like why it affects a fighter in a weight class whether they move up and down. One, it's the frame. Like you can look at Earl Spence right now, and you can tell that he can move up to middleweight. But when I look at Tank Davis, bro, it'd be like Tank moving up. The next weight class is welter. That's where Earl Spence is. Could you imagine Tank trying to fight Earl Spence? I just think it's a mismatch. Like, there's no way, bro. There's no way that Tank's going to beat Earl Spence.
And Esther, also, man, that's a natural weight class. I mean, you're talking about Tank to move up, man, when them guys are just naturally that size, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think he would lack the power to really hurt them dudes in there, man. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know,
that
bro.
Might be a little
Tank
too soon.
Tank hits like two.
I know he hits hard, Esther, but I think, man, them guys are just naturally at that weight, man, and man,
bro, there's been professional boxers and heavier. Bro, there's a heavyweight that straight up said that Tank hit the hardest, bro.
Right.
And they're talking about a heavyweight that fights guys that are naturally big.
Let me ask you this, Esther. How about is Devin Haney and Shakur Stevenson, are they beefing, bro, or what?
They are, bro. I know Shakur's followed him to like public events and trolled him at like at clubs, and I think that'd be a really good fight because, and I think Shakur's kind of disrespecting Haney because you got to give that kid credit, man. He's the undisputed champion. He's got all the belts, and he beat the guy that had all the belts because you got to respect Lomachenko and his fighting style. Lomachenko had all the belts. Teofimo beat him fair and square for all the belts unified. Anytime somebody's unified, you got to respect that because they have every major sanctioning body belt. There's 4. You got the IBF, WBO, WBA, and WBC, and he won all those belts. So when Haney beat Camboza, the Australian that beat Teofimo, he earned that right to be undisputed. But I watched Haney, and he had holes. He wasn't, in my opinion, I don't think he was a champion. But once he got to that level and he won those belts, he got better. They've all gotten better. Haney's gotten better. Shakur Stevenson, to be honest, I've never seen him with holes. I never have. And I'm just being honest. I've even seen Tank look like suspect. Everybody's looked, even Ryan Garcia, they've all gotten better. But it takes discipline to stay on top. But that's a real thing. I wish they would do that fight, and they're building it, but it just takes forever for promotions to come along and make a fight in boxing. But that's man, that weight class, you're talking Shakur Stevenson, Teofimo can still come down, Camboza's, you still have Tank, what did I mention, Tank? Pitbull Cruz. I mean, there's so many guys in that weight class, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, man.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you still got the Matrix, man.
Mm-hmm.
You still got the Matrix. One of the best styles in boxing.
I got a question for you, Esther. Now, how do they still have the welterweight class? Because back in the day, the welterweight class and the heavyweight used to be the most popular in boxing back then. How are those two weight classes doing today? The welterweight and the
I'll tell you what. So Spence and Crawford, they're welters, and I mean, this is like two undefeated fighters for years, and I mean, they beat the best of the best at welter. But there's guys on the come up that nobody knows about that are really good. A lot of people don't know about Boots Ennis. He just fought last week. Boots is like, in my opinion, Boots is kind of like, he's got shape of damn, what the hell's his name? Roy Jones Jr. Because he fights long at the end of his punches with power, bro. Boots Ennis really does remind me of him. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people don't make the comparison, but damn, when Boots Ennis hits, he hits. I mean, everything he throws is power, hard. And then you got this kid from Puerto Rico in about I think I already know about him, but in about a year, everybody's going to know about him. Xander Zayas, that kid is a pressure fighter. He is Canelo 2.0, and I would love to see if Boots might be able to take the belt from Earl or Bud, whoever wins in July. If Boots can take that belt, Boots young. If eventually we get a Xander Zayas Boots Ennis fight, because I'm telling you, that would be fireworks, man. Both of those guys, for me, in the welterweight division, man, those are some of the guys that nobody talks about that I'm kind of like, bro, when you watch those guys fight, you're going to be entertained every time. Xander Zayas is special, bro. Special. That kid is good.
Hey, Esther, let me ask you this then also, bro. Like, you know, like, what do you think of rematches, man? And like, who would you like to see a rematch? If you know these fights, whoever loses these fights, would you like to see them fight again, man? You know what I'm saying? Like more than once.
Yeah, man. If it's like you know, they're splitting rounds. Round one goes to one guy, round two, or one guy wins 3 rounds, the other guy comes back and wins 3, and they're back and forth. You want to see, because that's like what Manuel Marquez and Barrera gave you, right? So I think one of the rematches I want to see is Pitbull Cruz and Tank Davis, because they gave it to you. Those guys were thumping, they were hitting hard. Their styles are electric. Like, they're just made for each other. That should be a fight. If we don't get it again, that would suck. The only reason why we haven't got it is because Pitbull don't have a belt. If Pitbull challenges somebody for a belt and obtains a belt, that's going to be a huge fight. But a lot of people don't want to fight Pitbull. They're scared of him.
You know, Esther, I like to see it go, man. Like, you know, if they split 2 fights, I like to see it be a third one, man. Like, you know, like a Pacquiao and Marquez, man. You know what I mean? Let it be a decisive, you know what I'm saying, winner, man. You know what I'm saying? It's because each fight, it seems like each fight be better than the first one they had. You know what I mean? Esther, man, like, hey, man, I always was a fan of that, man, rematches. And if they split one, hey, go ahead, possibly a third time, man. I mean, that's if it's an exciting fight, Esther. You know, like no dancing, man, and no clinching, man, no whole fight. But you know what I'm saying? That's you feel what I'm saying?
Right, that sounds like Tommy Hearns and Sugar Ray Leonard.
Yeah, there you go. There's one right there. You know.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah. I like to see it be third fight.
What's up, Ali?
When they split them.
Welcome back. I hope you're feeling better.
What's up, Ali?
Yeah, man. I hope you're feeling better, man.
My brother.
Get well soon, Ali.
Can
Get
you
well
guys hear
soon,
me?
bro.
Yeah,
Yeah.
been praying
All
for you,
right,
my brother.
yesterday I've had nothing but problems with computer. I was trying to chime in on some of the content yesterday. I'm doing better, bro. I don't wish this upon anybody. I'm definitely over the hump and on to the graceland of things, but the first 3 days was the worst, bro. That was the worst.
I hate to ask all what you have.
Well, I can't say it on here because YouTube does not like us actually saying the word.
No.
But it's the thing that everybody got for the past 2.5 years. You can imagine what it is.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah. They ding us. You can ask Color. They, for whatever reason, flag us, and then they have to put some marking on the show that we don't have any jurisdiction or government mumbo jumbo. You can ask Color. He'll tell you the whole thing that they put on our show if we do that.
Oh, you can't say the word.
No, say no more.
You can't.
Say no more.
There's a list of words that YouTube has put on a list. If you mention them during any part of your content, they will flag your show and put a big mark sticker over your show. Ask Color. He'll tell you.
Yeah, it'll be the warning message that nobody in this video is a scientist, and only talk to the government if you want to know about science. That's the warning they'll put below the video.
Gotcha. Wow.
Something to that effect. Something to the effect of this person doesn't know what they're talking about, and the only scientists in the world come from the federal government.
Yeah, and it's not just for.
It's right up our alley, Color, when we say you don't know football.
And what's even messed up, Color, it's not. I found out that warning and label that they put is not just for the word that I'm refusing to use of what I have.
You're correct. You're correct. It's for a bunch of other stuff too.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's kind of really long list.
They think that they're on this. They think they're on this noble mission to stop misinformation or some shit. It's really stupid if you ask me, but it is what it is. Typical American politics, you know.
Ali, I'm just glad that you're feeling better because I've been praying for you.
I'm glad you're feeling better, man.
Voice, bro. Glad to hear your voice, man.
I appreciate all of that, dude. I really do.
And we miss you.
To be honest, listening to all you guys is
sound a lot better today.
I think I appreciate that.
Sound like the regular Ali.
Listening to all you guys for the past week is really what's gotten me to get through, to be honest. So
yeah, man, that's cool. That's cool right there, man.
No, but you know what? You're right about that. Ali.
Matter of fact, you sound better than Mr. Polk today. You were sounding like Mr. Polk yesterday.
Are you okay, Mr. Polk? Are you sick?
No, I'm good.
It's his microphone. His microphone. He needs a new microphone.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
can you get me now though?
We can hear you, but you still have some type of
Mr. Polk. It sounds like so. Real quick, let me ask you a couple qualifying questions, real quick, about what the device you're using. You're using a Bluetooth ear set, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not wired, right?
Right, it's wired.
So if it was wired, what I would tell you the way it sounds like there's a short in the wire.
Okay.
And so a lot of times that can be the Bluetooth connection, maybe the chip in your phone, or the Bluetooth headset might be getting faulty and like not have as much power. Or it could be something in the electrical pathway from the microphone inside the little earpiece. You know what I mean? So, but it sounds like there's some kind of electrical short going on, is what it sounds like.
Oh, okay.
Your voice is loud and we can hear you. It just sounds like you've got like you need to clear your throat.
Yeah. Well, actually, I did have to clear my throat.
But it's more like that sound. And usually that kind of sound indicates some kind of electrical short somewhere, you know. But in a wireless device, who knows how that can manifest? It could either be, bad radio communication, which means the chip in the device is probably going faulty or something. But
hey, Color, how do I sound, bro?
You sound good, Fred.
Yeah, you sound good.
I gotta make sure I sound good, man. For when I cook people, man, I like.
Your sound comes in great, but your takes not so much.
I think you just woke Lewis up. Lewis, wherever he's at, probably just thought he heard himself something.
That's all right, though, man.
Just kidding. I know this is a wrestling show, so I want to make a wrestling take here. And you know, I grew up in the wrestling, not in the wrestling biz, I should say. I just had a lot of friends that were part of the wrestling biz, and I got to meet a lot of important people and historically that had to do with the wrestling biz. Everybody from Arn Anderson to Iron Sheik to you know, a lot of people, Jake the Snake, you know, name it. I got to meet these guys, right? Mm-hmm. And is it me? And please correct me if I'm wrong, but this is just something I'm starting to perceive. It seems like the characters or the persona that the wrestlers are taking on are starting to carry out beyond the wrestling ring. Like even in public, and it's almost like it's they're just playing who they are in real life. What do you guys think about that?
It's social media, bro. Social media is a big part of that. That's why guys have to, you know, I think somebody mentioned earlier that back in the days, you know, we didn't see guys hanging around each other, you know, even though some of these guys are friends outside of the ring, but we wasn't allowed to know that. You know, they had to keep there's character in, you know, going. So when you look at today and the technology and the access that we have to things and people's lives and all this other stuff, they tend to sit up there and try to stay in character sometimes.
Yeah.
But they only do it for the social media, because in actuality, I done seen where Sasha Banks and Bailey would sit right by each other and they talk shit to each other on Twitter. And that's only to get the fans like us to really feel like, oh, this beef is going places or whatever. So I blame social media on that.
And I think that's
by the way,
go ahead, Jake.
No, I was gonna say, listen, the reason Stone Cold became Stone Cold was because there was an incident. The thing that triggered Stone Cold rather was there was an incident in Madison Square Garden. Kevin Nash and Scott Hall were gonna leave WCW, right? So after the match in Madison Square Garden, all four of them hugged, which they weren't supposed to. They called kayfabe, and what happened was Triple H was supposed to be the king of the ring that year, but so Vince McMahon punished Triple H. He didn't punish Shawn Michaels because Shawn Michaels is a champion. So Triple H got the short end of that stick. He got punished. So instead of Triple H becoming king of the ring, they gave it to Austin, and that's what set off the Austin 316, and the rest is history.
And they probably made that a little bit quasi-public to take the private beef and actually make a storyline out of it, pretty much.
Yeah, but I'll give you an example. This, I think, even goes beyond, and I don't mean to interrupt you, man of the hour entertainment. I'm sorry. I honestly think this goes a little bit beyond the social media, because if you think about it, and you can see in my little tag there, NWO for life, I think NWO was the dawn of the new wrestler, being who they truly were. Those wrestlers who were part of NWO got to be exactly who they were in and outside of the industry, in my opinion.
Okay, you're right. And I'm going to tell you, and the way I feel about it is because if you look at what WWE was doing, they were, a lot of those guys that were in NWO we all know were former WWE guys.
Definitely. All of them.
I've heard Goldust come out of his own mouth, even on WCW television, where he said he was sick and tired of playing a gimmick. So, so that's what WWE was full of. So if you look at when, like what Shake was just saying about how Austin was born and whatever, Austin was no longer what we saw in WCW, the stunning Steve Austin guy. He
Exactly.
He wasn't
long hair.
Austin in ECW anymore. And then they allowed people, they started dropping gimmicks. The only gimmick that really stayed and lived on was basically The Undertaker. And then they just kept Kane along as well. Those are the only two guys Those are the only two guys that carried that gimmick on, for so long.
They even with Mankind. I mean, by the time you went through Dude Love and then Mankind, it was like everybody. It didn't matter what character he was in. Everybody was just calling him Mick Foley by that point.
Right. So,
because he played himself.
And you know what's funny is, and you know what's funny. Hold on.
I can't get over the Nick Foley name. I'm sorry.
One thing about Undertaker though, you gotta realize there was a brief period where he still kept the Undertaker name, but he wasn't the Dead Man anymore. He was
American
Badass.
Yeah, he was.
And that's more of a true himself, I believe.
And that's my point, because they started humanizing wrestlers more instead of making them more like superheroes or
Well, I think that's also a holdover from the old NWA and WCW. Like, that's always been their thing. That's why they had their jobbers were just guys in purple trunks that were regular people. I mean, look, I always, even to this day, I see Tully Blanchard as Tully Blanchard. Like, I imagine that's the guy. I don't see that as a character. I never did.
Ric Flair's Ric Flair.
That's what I'm saying. That WWE, that's why their name is World Wrestling Entertainment. And, even though they've been a federation for so long.
Right. Well, just to be accurate about the record, it makes sense, and it was easy to change because that's obviously what their true moniker. But the actual change was because of a lawsuit from the WWF, which is the World Wildlife Foundation, that wanted them to stop using WWF.
It was a trademark,
regardless of that happening, they still have always been an entertainment.
Right. That's what made it an easy. That's what made it an easy transition and an easy pill for them to swallow. You know what I mean?
You remember the first T-shirts? Get the F out.
Yeah.
When they first dropped Federation.
Yep. And apparently the WWF has had that lawsuit for decades, and it finally got heard and resolved. You know what I mean? To where they were forced to change their name.
And it had no problem with them, and they just changed it to what they always been, an entertainment company. So, but they were losing those ratings to WCW for so long, so they had to change it. So they just got rid of all of the gimmicks. Like Triple H wasn't Hunter Hearst Helmsley anymore. The Rock was not Rocky Maivia no more. You know what I'm saying? Guys starting to be more humanized rather than sitting up there looking like some shit you see out of a Marvel movie or something. The only people you got to see still like that was The Undertaker and Kane. That kind of just only, guys wasn't really putting too much paint on their faces anymore.
No more Coco Beware, no more Ultimate Warrior, none of that.
All that died down, and then when they start humanizing everybody, we saw the rise of WWE. They started to, get the push because, like somebody said on here, they start letting people be who they are, and then you got to also think about it like this, and think about the difference of wrestling, even in the two different companies now. WWE, what do you see in the front row nowadays? Kids and women. So they got
family members.
They got to soften up what they do on TV and stuff like that. So then when you look at back in the days, WCW, of course, people was going to love WCW a lot because one, it was college students sitting up front, and then we all can relate. I mean, I don't know how old a lot of you guys are. I'm 45, so just imagine what it was 20-some years ago, or 25 years ago, rather, watching the birth of that stuff. And at that time, I'm in the age range of a college student, so that shit there intrigued the hell out of me. By that type of stuff. And then when you start reading little articles, like I start seeing things where a group of kids, where they had to keep Stephanie McMahon off TV because a group of guys were plotting on jumping in the ring and pulling her top off.
Oh my God.
a bunch of college students.
And you know what? And you know what's funny is I could pinpoint this, and Joe was the same way. There was maybe like a 2-year window where we really weren't really following wrestling that much. We weren't. It was like we would watch it, but it wasn't like into it. And when I got really back into it was the night I saw Scott Hall come back to WCW. That's what kind of drew me in.
Was he Razor Ramon originally?
Yes.
Yeah, he was Razor Ramon.
Okay. I thought I was seeing the right. I was trying to picture the right face.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, he was not only was he Ray of
permanent
Rome,
early
but
morning
before that,
shadow.
he was a big diamond stud before that.
yeah. In fact, a lot of these guys have had different names. I mean, quite a few names. Because look at what's that guy name? The guy calls himself IRS.
Yeah, he was
Mike Rotunda.
Mike
Michael
Rotunda.
Tunda.
Oh,
Did he
Mike
pass away?
Rotunda! I can't believe we didn't mention Mike Rotunda last week, man.
No,
He
Wow.
passed away, didn't he?
No, Mike Rotunda.
Hey, Crypto. What was that
Huh?
name? What was that wrestler you said you wanted to bring up that nobody thought of last week?
Oh yeah, there's a name that nobody brought up, and that's Dino Bravo.
Oh yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, you're right.
I remember Dino Bravo because he
had a lot. He had the rivalry with Hillbilly Jim. Remember the big match with Hillbilly Jim?
Dino Bravo.
Who was it?
Dino Bravo.
Dino Bravo.
Oh yeah. How about one other group tag team we forgot last week? The Dudley Boys.
Yeah, the Dudley Boys.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, Dudley Boys is responsible for the Bills Mafia. They're the ones who they're the ones who started putting people through tables.
Yeah, that's true. They're the one that started that.
I'm sorry, I can't give them credit, bro. I'm anti-Bills. I'm here just for the Bills smoke. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you another thing y'all forgot. Y'all remember Don Morocco?
Yeah, I remember
Don Morocco. Yeah,
Don Morocco.
Yeah, we didn't mention that neither. But see, I was thinking Shake Money because of that matchup Dino Bravo had with Hillbilly Jim. That was a good
Hercules,
one.
Which
Hercules.
version?
Hercules.
You know, WWE tried to have their version of him too, right?
Yep.
Like
that was
Lex Luger, because they had Lex
he had
Luger
Hercules with the chains.
They may have been different, but the gimmick was the same. Is basically what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
It's only fitting that Chris Berman will be there holding up the jersey.
I love that.
He predicted them to go to the Super Bowl every year, like 20 years in a row. Them against the 49ers. I'm like,
who's caught up with that?
Hey, by the way, I have a prediction for this year's Super Bowl. I have a prediction.
Okay. All
right. Cash it in the briefcase.
Caller, last night I heard your comments about the Bills and the Patriot way, and I had a whole thing I was really trying to come online and tell you on why I think you're kind of off base, and I'll have to do that on a different show since this is a wrestling show. But thank you for reminding me, Shake, with that. So,
I got a question.
Hey, by the way,
for the panel.
Go ahead.
I just want to real quickly before we do. I just want to bring out tonight. We're doing the top 100 Dolphin players. I'm going 50 through 100 through 50, and then the next week I'm gonna finish off the rest of the list. So I'm doing the top 100 through 50 tonight at 10 o'clock. But go ahead.
Top 100.
This question. No, my question, and I could be wrong for saying it. Does it look like right now that WWE is actually starting to crumble? Because I'm starting to get that impression that it. I'm not saying when I say crumble, I don't mean that it's dropping off big, but it seems like they're starting to like lose their punch a little bit. The WWE.
I watch it every week, so I don't think they are. I think they're just slowing things down.
Okay.
I think that's what it is. I think they're just slowing things down.
Mm-hmm.
As we mentioned earlier, that the business ventures that AEW is having with all these other promotions. I think WWE is just sitting back and just watching and waiting to see what happens. Because if you look at what WWE is doing, pay attention. We've seen guys who've been on Raw and SmackDown dropping down to NXT.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because the Lone Wolf, the guy that's the Lone Wolf, he dropped down.
Right. Yeah. We're seeing that type of stuff happen now. So right now, to me, it's like WWE is trying to put NXT on the same level as Raw and SmackDown.
Yeah,
it's a transition. That's basically what they're going. It's a transition period. You think about it, they're going through new ownership and all that. Yeah. And if you look though, they really haven't lost a step, dude. They're still selling out stadium after stadium. They still got all these multi-international pay-per-view events that are selling out like crazy.
And that's the thing. That's why they just did so many pay-per-views in a row not in the United States.
Yeah, that
You
is
know what I'm
true.
saying? They just did that. Like, so it may be feeling like a drop off because they're focusing on getting all the international stuff. They're doing what the
that's what I'm saying.
They're doing what the NBA does. Look how international the NBA is nowadays.
Yeah.
And so that's what they're doing nowadays.
They're really trying to make WWE a complete global brand. That's what they're trying to do.
And then also they're using new faces also because the thing is that, you know, the themes like with the Undertaker and Kane and the Rock and Triple H, now you got these new faces coming in and they're trying to project their theme and what have you.
Yeah, look at it like this. You know, those dudes that you just mentioned, they set basically the foundation for what we got.
Right.
Now, can I bring a
and then they still throwing in those old dudes. The only people, like we just saw, if you watch NXT, we just saw this what's this dude? Oh man, he's good, man. He's on NXT. Well, now he's on SmackDown. He's into the beef with the internet beef with The Rock right now.
Oh, what's his name?
You know,
Waller. Waller.
Oh, yeah.
So let's look at him.
That guy's a buffoon, to be honest, in my opinion.
Come on, bro. Let's be honest. It's a good strategy, and he's good on the mic anyway. So
that's what he's really good at. I do admit that. Definitely.
So it makes sense. And then you look at it. Look what he's been doing. He's had issues with Shawn Michaels.
Yeah.
You know, now we're all the way to The Rock. So he's testing out all these old guys. The same thing with what's the United States champion guy? A-Town Down, that nigga.
Yeah.
So we look at him. We not just see him in Stone Cold and you know what I'm saying? So it's like these dudes are just, I got to get something on my resume. Not only did you just get last year's WrestleMania with the whole Kevin Owens and Stone Cold and Vince and all that, then we look at this year's WrestleMania. Who does he face? John Cena. You see, it's like
I don't like what they're doing to John Cena.
It's like I don't like what they're doing. Guy. It's like
what do you mean? What are they doing to John Cena? John Cena's
what's going on with John Cena?
They're not doing anything to John Cena. What are you talking about?
Hear me out. Seems like to me that every time John Cena comes back and he wrestles, he's losing. He's always losing.
He's doing it on purpose. It's on purpose, bro. He's trying to.
That's the passing of the torch to the
exactly. They're using him. He's playing the character. Hey, come wrestle me. I'll get you over. Look what happened to A-Town Down, dude. The guy has been on a roll since then.
Let's remember what happened to when John Cena got into business. Even though John Cena lost, he loses to Kurt Angle. But if Kurt Angle was as old as what John Cena is now back then, Kurt Angle would have lost that match. But because Kurt Angle was still in his prime, I guess, when he fought John Cena, that was just to get John Cena on and just push Kurt Angle to the limit, which he did. The same thing when they did with Jeff Hardy, when they put Jeff Hardy in as a singles competitor. And they
that's something that's to a point I tried to point out last week, was that with the WWE, when they tried to kind of change to this less gimmicky format, well, now you've got a situation where you don't have the purple trunk, the brown trunk guys, you don't have the jobbers, so they were forced in a situation where they had to like draw straws to be able to make a superstar, or somebody that's supposed to have a superstar image, be a jobber for a couple weeks until he builds back up his storyline. You know what I mean?
Right.
To get all these other guys some action and some wins and, whatever else. And then it's like, 4 weeks later, we forgot that Jeff Hardy was just a jobber because now they got a storyline for him. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, thanks for correcting me on that, fellas, because I kind of felt John Cena was getting it there, but
John. That's their way of keeping John Cena off TV. Because if you think about it, if John Cena would have beat, because wasn't the United States title on the line at WrestleMania?
Right.
Yes, it was.
Real quick. That's also why they went to the this idea that they graduated to oh, he kicked out of the guy's finishing move. Now you got to do the finishing move twice. You know what I mean? They kind of had to graduate to that because you got a lot of these guys that 3 weeks ago they were a jobber. So why is their finishing move going to stop anybody?
Right.
You know, so they had to introduce this idea that there are some wrestlers like Stone Cold or the Undertaker or any of the superstar heels that, hey, you might be able to do your finishing move on them, but if you're just a regular guy, your finishing move might not get the 1, 2, 3 on the first time around.
Yeah, and you know how but you know how they execute that too. If you pay attention, like say for instance, if Stone Cold does the stunner, they'll make it where something will happen and he doesn't pin him right away. So that's why
what they would traditionally do. And I think there's only one other guy that was said to be powerful enough to have kicked out of one stunner. I don't even remember if it happened. But you're right. That's how they would do like the superstars where, look, you're not going to kick out of the Stone Cold stunner. It don't matter how normal the Stone Cold becomes. So they had to write in extra stuff like, yeah, he kicked out because of this or that reason. What I'm saying is, like, eventually you have guys like a Jeff Hardy does his finishing move against the Undertaker, and the dude just straight kicks out of it. You know what I mean?
Because they don't want you to, because it's like I was saying, it's
because they didn't have the journeyman trainee wrestler guy that nobody knows who his name is to lose every night on the regular show nights.
If Austin Theory would have lost to John Cena, that means we would have had John Cena on TV for who knows how long until that U.S. title was off of his waist. Now they could have just let John Cena win by disqualification and let Austin Theory just lose like that, but it would have slowed down his momentum and whatever he had going on. So in order to keep Austin Theory moving, you had to sit up there. One, you get in the ring with a big time superstar like John Cena, and then two, you beat John Cena. I don't care how you did it, win, cheated or not, you beat John Cena. You get that on your resume. I beat John Cena.
Gotcha.
And so that's how that works. And then when he gets old, if he's along in the business for 15 years later, he's going to do the same thing for somebody. He's going to be that guy where he's going to
pass along
else to somebody that's trying to come
to somebody else. Yeah. But I would like to see Austin. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Real quick, what do you guys think of the possibility of the Street Profits being the new Hurt Business with what's his face?
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. I loved the not the Street Profit. I loved the
Hurt Business.
I loved the Hurt Business when it started. I just think that they did it. It was a good idea, but then they had Shelton Benjamin and Cedric where they didn't really know how to use those guys right.
Yeah. Let me just bring this perspective real quick, because this is why I'm bringing it up, right? I think the Hurt Business and I forget what the other faction was, but basically they were like a gimmick that was similar to Antifa, for example. Okay. And they were wearing black masks and running around causing chaos and anarchy and whatnot.
Oh, I know you.
I can't think of the name of their group, but I think both factions got rushed so fast that they didn't have time to actually truly develop and actually have a foundational storyline to really carry them. And I think that's where they fell. I like Cedric Benjamin, for what he does, but I don't think that I agree with you. They're lacking something that they just don't have what it is. And come on, the Street Profits are great in the ring, on the mic, behind the scenes. They're great all over the place.
Yeah.
So maybe they can build off of that. Yeah. I am kind of excited to see what they do with them. So that'd be really interesting.
It was time for a change with them too, because they were just doing the same thing. The cup thing was cool and all in the beginning, but now it's played out.
Oh yeah, it's definitely played out. Yeah. It is kind of interesting how the WWE, and this is kind of what is interesting, they've always tend to have a centralized villain. And as of recent years, they don't. Everybody they tried to villainize, sorry, can't even speak. People end up loving them because they're the anti-hero. They're like, oh, we'll still be fans. You know, they tried to do that with Becky Lynch, and they're still a fan. You know what I mean? The one person they keep going back and forth with because they can't, nobody can make up their mind is Ronda Rousey. But I mean, still, it's kind of like
make up their mind with Ronda Rousey.
Say what? Say that again.
Who can't make up their mind with Ronda Rousey?
Bro, the fans, it depends on what flavor of the week they're on. One week they love her, the next week they hate her.
Never like it. The fans always made up their mind with Ronda Rousey.
I disagree, dude.
No,
I bet you she leaves. She lives.
No.
Listen. Whatever storyline she's in now, I guarantee this.
Listen,
hold on, and I'll let you interject. I promise. This storyline she's in right now, as soon as it's over, she's going to be gone for 6 months. She comes back 6 months. Everybody's saying, "Oh, you're WWE's darling. We love you." That's what's exactly going to happen. And then the next week, they're going to be like, "Oh, we hate you. Oh, we love you."
Man, that's not creative, though, Ali. That's not creative.
Obviously, it's not because they can't. The fan base can't make up their mind of truly what they want.
But you have to also understand this. First of all, when they do that, where are they? That's one thing. If they're in her home, they're going to cheer her no matter what. So you have to pay attention to that. Because hell, Charlotte is even though she's a good.
I don't care wherever she goes, people are going to cheer her, dude. I mean, she's Ric Flair's daughter. I mean, come on.
That's fine and all, but you're not sit here and tell me and act like Charlotte has never been booed before.
That is true. She has.
But as a bad guy, let her go to Charlotte, North Carolina. No matter what she does in the ring against the big top face superstar of the company, Charlotte will be cheered because of where she's at. So that's all I'm saying is like you have to pay attention to where they at.
Well,
the other thing about Ronda Rousey,
kind of like Bret Hart when he was back when he was the villain and everybody hated him. Whenever he was in Canada, nobody booed him.
Nobody booed him in Canada, right?
It's two superstars that no matter what they do, no matter how hard creative try to push them as faces, the WWE universe is never going to accept them as faces. One is The Miz and one is Charlotte Flair. I don't care how much of a hometown pop she gets. She's just out of place trying to be a face, and WWE is going to realize that in a week or two, and she will. But maybe not this time because the Street Profits and Bianca Belair are due to turn heel. I'm just hoping that they don't drag Bobby Lashley down that heel road again.
That's a really good point, Big Nick. Thank you for bringing that up. I forgot about Bianca Belair. The fact I don't see her and the Street Profits, one being heel, one being, baby face. I think if they're going to turn heel, they're going to turn heel together.
But that's
I agree with
you.
you.
If you notice, that's what they do with these companies. Look, come on, man. Even we're looking at let's look at two different companies, AEW and WWE. When Charlotte made her return after WrestleMania, because she's been away since WrestleMania, she comes back as the face. Andrade, who is her husband / boyfriend, whatever the fuck he is, he makes his return out after a long ass that he's been out from a long ass injury, and he's a face.
Yeah, but see, that's a good formula. That's a real good formula.
And then hold on. Now we go to NXT. Braun Breaker is dating Cora Jade. They turned Cora Jade, and then boom, Braun Breaker turns.
Yeah. But
that's a good point.
The problem with that is, and I agree with that formula because it has worked over and over again. That is the reason why John Cena ran the company. But see, the thing about it is, in order for a heel, you have to have real heat, right? Real heat. But you have to be in a really good storyline. So when you do take that hiatus and you come back, then you can come back as a face, and the crowd will be behind you.
So here's
if you don't have a good storyline. If you don't have a good storyline when you go out as a heel, when you come back, that face push is only going to last about 2 or 3 weeks.
But it all depends. Because back to Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey is only celebrated when she makes her appearances. After that, nobody cares for Ronda Rousey. Why? Because everybody keeps saying
it gets too old.
No, she do it to herself. See, when she's in the building, when she's in the arena in WWE, then nobody wouldn't know. But when she leaves and she get on her social media platform and she does her interviews, she don't like wrestling. She doesn't like it. She likes the money, but she doesn't like the sport itself.
Listen, but you're not gonna listen. You don't like something, don't do it, bro.
That's true. Good point. Good point.
She likes the money.
So my point is, she likes it enough to do it. Like
she likes the
it doesn't
money.
even. That's fine, but she likes it enough to still do it. You're not gonna sit up there and tell me she can't make money somewhere else.
No, listen, Rhonda, she's not gonna make this kind of money somewhere else.
Bruh, then why she do other things? She's on some TV show called Mars or Stars or something.
Yeah, but she's also WWE.
So obviously she's doing something else that she can get paid off of. So if
Ronda Rousey does no house shows. She does 5-minute matches, 7 minutes at the most.
Because she can't wrestle.
Let me finish. Man. She does no house shows.
She's more of a submission.
She does no house shows. She does about 15 minutes of work a month, and she's making over 6 figures.
Okay, that's fine. There's a lot of people that's doing that in the business, but they enjoy.
But they love the business. They love the business. She don't.
But like I said, if you're gonna do something you don't love, then I'm not putting my time and effort in it to learn something that I don't love to do. So I feel like she loves to do it. I don't care what.
I think so too, because look how she got started.
You're not making $700,000-$800,000 a year to do that.
I think she.
But I think she's making about $800,000 a year.
Yeah,
no, but I think there is a little love for her, like a wrestler, because look how she came in riding on Roddy Piper's gimmick.
Right.
Yeah, but that gimmick is gone.
But what I'm saying is that she does show some passion for wrestling, even though she's more of a submission type.
Look, as far as putting a move on you, she's great at it. But as far as wrestling goes, to hitting the ropes,
no charisma,
taking a hip toss and doing all that stuff, when it comes to that, she can't do it. So that's why I don't care for Ronda Rousey. And now look what they got her doing. They got her beefing with her best friend. Why? Because that's the only one that can understand how Ronda is in the ring. They're buddy. So they on TV they broke them up, and now they're gonna sit up there and basically trying to get a female
but
MMA.
Ronda asked for that. Ronda didn't want to be the world champion no more. She wanted the team with Shayna. She wanted to get the belt, and then she said before she leaves, she wanted to have a feud with Shayna. So this is all Ronda. They're doing this for Ronda because she wants to.
So you can't say that she don't love the business if she's creating the.
No, Ronda is go back and watch that interview. Ronda was the world champion, and she was telling the fans that this is fake, this isn't. She doesn't like the. That's why the fans will never clamor to her.
Let me ask you this: so where was the lie?
What?
When she said that this is fake,
bro. You don't expose the business, man.
Come on, bro.
I mean, don't
that's
tell me.
Known that
it's known already.
You're not exposing it. It's already well known.
Already saying what we know.
You don't hear a wrestler say that. You don't. That's why you don't see a wrestler break character.
And guess what? And guess what? If she can't wrestle, that means she ain't no wrestler. That's the point. She's not a wrestler.
She's not.
Exactly. That's my whole point. That's
She's
my
a name.
She's a name. Exactly. Ronda Rousey. Everything that Ronda Rousey has gotten has been off of her name. That's it. Ronda Rousey.
They should have built the entire women's division around Ronda Rousey. But
you said they should have?
They should have.
Why?
Why?
You said they should build the women's division.
You don't want to see Ronda versus. You don't want to see Ronda versus Asuka. You don't want to see Ronda versus Shayna. You don't want to see Ronda versus Bianca. You don't want to see Ronda versus
Wait. So I'm confused. You're saying they should not build it around Ronda.
I said they should. They should have. But however, Ronda is the cancer. Ronda is the cancer that they can't build a division around.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. She sucked. That's why they put her in these matches. That's why they took her out of the title match and put her in a tag team match. That's why they doing all that. They lowering her down, lower and lower.
What they should have done, they should have gave her Paul Heyman from the jump. From the beginning, they should have given her Paul Heyman.
True. But I agree with that. But Paul Heyman cannot help her in the ring. He only can help her on the mic.
And that's all she needs. He could help Brock Lesnar in the ring. All he did was spoke for him. And the
yeah, but Brock Lesnar sat up there. What was exciting about Brock Lesnar in the ring? He was powering and bullying people.
But, see, that's what you might want to see. But me as a fan, I want to see him rock the mic. If you can't rock the mic, you can't be believable to me.
I understand that, but I like how they did it with Brock Lesnar. You got this big, powerful guy who's just gonna sit up in the ring and do his thing while I have somebody talk for me. Perfect situation for him. That's it. Ronda Rousey, I agree with Ronda Rousey. I agree with you. He should have had somebody.
That was the same reason they paired him with Roman.
Right, but Roman, you can't sit up and tell me Roman can't hold his own on the mic no more.
Roman took the blue pill. And all of a sudden he became the best in the WWE on the mic and acting.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. You can't say he's not it now. He doesn't.
I can say he wasn't. John Cena almost buried that man's career on the mic.
Okay, and John Cena is better on the mic.
Yeah, but now I will put Roman Reigns up against anybody on the mic. The man humiliated Cody Rhodes on the mic.
Listen, and the point is, Paul Heyman does not speak for Roman.
I know, but I said that was in the beginning. That was the reason why they put him with him. But then Roman took some sort of blue pill that made him the best actor in all of wrestling and one of the best promos in all of wrestling. I don't know how that happened or what happened, but
he did. Bro, did you forget he took acting skills? He did do a movie with The Rock. He was in a movie with The Rock. We just said that earlier, right?
Yeah, so, he was in the movie with The Rock when he had 3 lines.
That's fine.
I don't even think he had any lines.
Just because he didn't have lines in the movie, don't mean just because he didn't have lines.
Man of the hour. You don't go from almost.
Just because he didn't have lines in the movie does not mean he doesn't sit up there.
Okay, I'm not trying to argue with you about the same thing. Listen, just because you a couple of years ago, the man's career was almost finished, man. Vince almost took the push from him. Nobody was believing Roman Reigns. Doesn't matter if he was heel or face. The crowd didn't want him to win. He was being pushed too hard.
And look. What got Roman over the edge? They had to turn him to a heel. That's it. Because as a good guy, as a good guy, all that shit he was selling as a good guy was not working. It was not working.
Roman have been in like the last 7 main events at WrestleMania, right?
And how many of them was he not the favorite at the end?
Shake, I'll catch you tonight. You guys have a great night.
All right, brother. Me too.
All right, Ali.
Continue to feel better.
Yeah, you feel better, man.
The favorite.
Every one of them, he was the favorite?
Every one of them. Even against Brock Lesnar, he was a favorite to win the title.
But I'm talking about by the fans. I'm not talking about who was favored to win the match. I'm talking about he was not loved
by the fans.
He wasn't loved by the fans.
The fans did not like Roman. Bro. So they had, after his little cancer thing, when he disappeared because of cancer, and then he disappeared again because of the pandemic, because he was sensitive or whatever, vulnerable to the damn thing. So he wasn't showing up. So when he finally made his appearance back on TV,
that just proved my point.
When he came back,
storyline is good. If
when
the
he came back,
is good, and you leave and come back,
and he came back as a heel.
Going to be elevated.
Right. He came back as a heel.
Right. He came back as a heel. That's when his career took
it took off.
When he came back as a career. Because when he was a good guy, when he was a good guy with the Shield, he was just like he was like a sidekick.
Bro, the fans was loving Seth. The fans love Seth Rollins, and they definitely love Dean Ambrose.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. But they didn't really care for Roman Reigns when he was out there doing his thing by himself. So when he disappeared and when he came back, he comes back as a heel, and then it's easier. It was easy for him to come back as a heel because why? The fans was already booing him anyway as a good guy. So this is the same. The WWE was not going to make the same mistake that they did with John Cena. People turned on John Cena. But the only reason why they never turned John Cena heel was Vince said specifically out his mouth he didn't want to mess up the thing that they do for the kids, the Make-A-Wish, and the merchandise.
That was the reason that Vince told you, right? And which is a credible reason, right?
But
the real reason why they never turned John Cena heel, is because even though they was let's go Cena sucks, right? he was still the #1 merch guy in the company. There was no
I
need
just said that.
to turn him heel. There was no need to turn him heel.
I just said that. I just simply
he
said
didn't
that.
become John Cena. He didn't become John Cena until he was a heel, got hurt by Brock Lesnar, and came back as a badass face. That is when it happened for him.
Who? John Cena?
Yeah.
John Cena?
Yeah.
Man, John.
No.
When he, look, do you know what the FU is? The FU is the mockery of the F5. He's mocking the F5. That's why he named him the FU.
Bruh, everybody in the beginning was rocking with John Cena because he was beefing with who?
Say what?
Everybody was rocking with John Cena in the beginning because he was beefing with who?
Everybody wasn't right. He was hated, man.
In the beginning, no, he wasn't. When he was rapping,
he wasn't hated. He wasn't hated.
When he was rapping?
What? When he was economic?
He was
a heel. He was a heel.
He was a heel, but the people was loving his rap. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He was a heel. Look. Wait. Hold on. Let's look at the motherfuckers on AEW.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
John Cena you think John Cena Thugonomics? You think John Cena Thugonomics organically turned into hustle loyalty, respect John Cena?
Yeah.
No, man.
Yes, it did.
No, the
man was heel, right? He was a good guy when he first stepped on the scene.
When he first started, he was a good guy. Attitude, ruthless aggression. He was a good guy. That didn't last long.
And then later on,
he came out in Thugonomics. He was a heel in Thugonomics.
Yeah, because he was
wearing. But he wasn't that much of a heel in Thugonomics.
Yeah, he was a real heel. He was an asshole.
No, wait. Listen. Hold on. I'm gonna give y'all a perfect example.
Episode of wrestling in 30 years.
Watch this. I'm gonna give you a perfect example right now. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. John Cena was Thugonomics as a heel, and people were cheering him because they liked the rap that he was doing. So it slowly transitioned him into the good guy. Now let's look at AEW, where you got these the Acclaim. They came out as heels and they were rapping too. That one dude that sounded like Drake, he was rapping too. And that's fine. But he was rapping too. And guess what? They turned the damn group to the good guys because people was fascinated by the rapping. So the crowd sat up there and would cheer the rapping. They'll just boo you.
Did you say rapping?
They'll cheer you when you're doing that, but they'll boo you in the ring as a wrestler because of what you're doing to win. You're trying to cheat, and then depends on who they was up against. But once they start sitting up there, okay, we're gonna turn these dudes because it's all about the crowd's reaction, and that's what they were doing. They went after the crowd's reaction.
So John Cena was Thugonomics, right? And the #1 heel in the company at the time was Brock Lesnar. John Cena was the U.S. champion. You know, he had the spinning belt. He did a lot of things, right?
That's another thing why people. That's another thing. There you go. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said the spinning title. That's another reason to turn John Cena good because that infatuated the crowd.
So they paired him against Brock Lesnar. Brock Lesnar was kicking his ass up and down the arena every time.
I mean, John Cena gets his ass kicked 95% of the time.
John Cena was building that tweener character, that not necessarily a good. He was an anti-hero, right? But the crowd was falling in love with him, right? Because he was going up against the badass heel. Brock Lesnar broke his arm. He broke his arm. John Cena, kayfabe broke his arm. John Cena was out for about a month, 2 months. He came back with the FU as a heel. When he really came back, he came back as a heel. But he automatically, like the next week, he turned face with the FU. That was the first time he beat Brock Lesnar in a pay-per-view.
And who was the heel?
Brock Lesnar.
Okay, then. So that's what I'm saying.
You mentioned the point where John Cena took off as a heel with a great storyline, came back as a face. That's the try.
Because they put him in the match with Brock Lesnar. That's why they was not gonna have two big time heels against each other.
Triple H, you know how Triple H got over? He got hurt with his quad as a bad guy. Then doing that while he was hurt doing the storyline, Randy Orton lost his damn mind. Triple H came back bigger than the goddamn house, and people just fell in love with him. It's the layoff,
bro.
But usually usually 9 out of 10 times when a wrestler is out of injury and he comes back, 9 out of 10 times he's usually a face.
It depends on the storyline.
And but wait. time out, pause. It's not even just whether you're heel or face. Is that the crowd respects you enough to welcome you back to doing, because you've been out from doing something.
But you guys don't think that's based on the storyline you left?
Yeah, Edge, when he came back a couple of times, he was face, and you know he was a big time heel.
Yeah.
Look, I'm gonna bring up all the things I could think of, whether y'all seen it or not. Have we not seen when Sasha Banks returned from her injury and she turned on Natalya? Look at the welcome that she received. This is when she revealed her blue hair. She came back with that big pink ass ugly wig on. She came over there, hugged Natty, got a big old reaction from the crowd. Let's remember when she left when she was hurt and left, she was bad already. But look at the pop that they gave her. They gave her that big ass pop, and whatever she interacted with the crowd, asked for the microphone, and just knocked the shit out of Natalya, snatched her wig off, and beat the shit out of Natalya. And the crowd was still cheering her for doing so.
Right, because even as a face, but I mean, yeah, you get people that get over. That's true. You can't, you got people that get over, right? That's the reason, like they were really trying. They was really seriously trying to bury Daniel Bryan. They were that wasn't a storyline. That wasn't. They was really trying to bury that Daniel Bryan.
I mean, but
we as the fans wouldn't allow that to happen.
But why? Because of his health?
No, because that wasn't a storyline. They had their storyline. They wanted Batista to be champ. They wanted Batista to be champ. Remember, Batista came back, won the Royal Rumble. Everybody booed him for it. He came back. They had to turn Batista heel. He came back and face. A week later, he was a heel.
Because they booed because nobody cared for him. Nobody wanted him to win.
Because of the Daniel Bryan effect.
Exactly, because everybody wanted the underdog to win that year, and it didn't. Everybody,
right.
you sat up there.
What I'm saying is,
the crowd was the one that forced that. The crowd forced that.
Vince McMahon truly and honestly tried to bury Daniel Bryan, and I can name other wrestlers he's done it too. When they push came, when the crowd got involved with them before they push came, and Vince completely squashed that shit. He wasn't with that because he had a structure. At the time, he was a genius. I think it done passed him by now, but at the time, he was a genius, and he wanted to go by his structure. Enzo Amari. Vince ain't want that man to go over like that. And what he did, he buried his ass.
I mean, why? But Enzo did it to himself. Let's not do that. Enzo was the one.
He helped Vince, but Vince didn't want him to go over.
Because of what he was doing.
Even before then, Vince didn't want him to go over. Vince wanted Neville. It's people that Vince wanted that Enzo got in the way. And so just so happened he kept putting his foot in his mouth, and that made it easier. But Vince wasn't gonna let that man do that.
When y'all say Enzo, you talking about the guy with the
he talking about
the crazy
Pac bastard. He's in AEW now.
Yeah. Which I hate that. I mean, if you're gonna call him Pac, then his name need to be the bastard Pac. It don't just need to be Pac. I hate that.
Yeah.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Let him be the bastard Pac. Don't call him Pac.
I feel you on that.
But the AEW, man, AEW, I don't know if it's a production. I don't know if it's the obviously scripted in-ring performances. They're just not on the talent as the WWE performers, man. They're not.
No, but it's a difference. It's a different frame from the WWE. So to me, that's why they're getting attention, because I think sometimes people are starting to get a little tired of the same with the way the WWE is dominated, and they want to see something different as far as wrestling goes.
But if you pay attention,
if you think about let me
headliner, man. Nobody want to see.
Well, here's the thing too.
No.
Well, if you look at AEW and the same thing with TNA when they first started, until they got the old WCW guys, it was just a bunch of green wrestlers, and I think that's what happened with AEW. They have a bunch of green wrestlers until they get some of the guys that WWF don't want anymore.
AEW,
more experienced guys. You know what I mean?
The AEW is good the way they are. They don't need those guys. They showed me even first night they were on TV. They showed me they could hold their own. And if you ask me at the very beginning when they first started, they had the better product than WWE at the time.
No, they had a newer product.
I
They had a
agree.
newer product.
I thought
WWE had the better product. They had the
were
newer
better.
product.
Let me tell you why they were the better product. Because why they kind of is still the better product. We don't have to start an AEW show with a 20-minute monologue. Raw and SmackDown always starts off with whatever, and then you kind of already, after that, when that monologue is going, you already know what your main event is going to be. You can predict the main event. When in AEW, they already have these matches set in place. They already tell you what the main event is before anybody even gets on a mic. They tell you, oh, today's matches, we're going to have blah, blah, blah versus blah, blah, blah. And in the main event, we got blah, blah, blah versus blah, blah, blah. On WWE, all they do is build it up on the first 20 minutes of the show, and then boom, now we know what's going to happen. Because then they come back from commercial. Oh, we got breaking news. Tonight's main event is going to be such and such versus such and such. Like, come on, bro. Like, we didn't see that coming.
Yeah, but the build up made the greatest women's match of all time even better. Made Charlotte, Becky Lynch and Ronda Rousey a main event because of the build up.
That's fine, but I'm saying we don't have to open every WWE show with a 20-minute monologue. That's what I'm talking about.
They don't always do. They only do that on cliffhangers. They don't do that all the time.
What?
Yeah, they don't do it all the time.
Bro,
they do it most of the time, bro. They do it most of the time.
When the last Monday Night Raw you saw that opened with a match?
No.
Oh, you mean promo?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's
what I'm saying.
I know they've been doing that. I know that's the formula, and I'm saying that's the difference that separates AEW. That's why I said they have the better product.
You don't think the in-ring talent in WWE is superior over the in-ring talent in AEW?
Yes, but I'm talking about we don't need to sit up there. Let's get the matches on. We don't need to be talking.
We different. I love the promos. Matter of fact, I don't watch it live. I watch it on I stream it later, and I skip most of them. I don't skip them, but I fast forward through the matches to get to the.
See, that's where we.
I'll tell you what. I'll give you another example.
To get to the finishes, but I never fast forward the promos or the backstage segment. I think WWE is the best in that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're bad. No. Listen, I'm not saying that any of it is bad. I'm just saying, can we start a show off with at least a match, bro? Let's start a show off impromptu match. That's what they do. That's what they do on AEW. Sometimes every Rampage, if you watch Rampage always starts with a match.
Yeah, but CM Punk is washed too, man. He's washed. It's over.
Who?
CM Punk is over.
Oh, I don't care about no CM Punk. Yeah, I'm not
over.
Yeah,
I never really cared about him anyway.
I think he done fucked himself up, and he showed too much of his true colors, and then that's another guy we look at. He made his appearance not coming back not too long ago, and he got booed. But then when they go to Chicago, he is loved, and then when they leave out of Chicago, he is back to being booed again. And
I don't know about you. You sound like
CM Punk right now.
You sound like you're a big wrestling fan right now. How do you feel about How do you feel about non-monster non-monster meaning big dudes, bodybuilder dudes being world champ? I love it. I don't want to see. I don't like to see the little skinny guys, the little small guys, unbelievable guys.
Big Nick. But I want to introduce you. This is my homeboy Joe. Me and Joe, we known each other since I'm 45 years old. I known him since we were like 10 or 11 years old. He was the one who introduced me to wrestling. So,
right, okay.
That's he knows a lot about wrestling.
Joe.
But Big Nick, what you just said is true. I right now, I've been watching wrestling for a long time, and I'm 59 years old. Right now, as far as wrestling go, I like to see the big guys now instead of these little thin guys come out.
Yeah.
I'm owning you with that.
Yeah, I think that's an old school thing, and I think Joe might feel the same way.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want to see Adam Cole with a belt. That don't excite me.
Yeah, but see, I don't like. What I don't like is that now they're pairing Adam Cole with MJ.
Storyline.
Yeah, I know it's a storyline, but it's like out of the blue they do this, and My thing is, I'm gonna tell you the truth, because Joe, you said something earlier. I think that MJ is doing this to turn on Adam Cole.
Mm-hmm.
He's trying to keep Adam Cole at bay because he know Adam Cole can take that belt from him.
Mm-hmm.
MJF is the John Cena. He will be the John Cena of, if they do it right. I know that's the plan. To get him all this heat, to make him hate it, to make people actually want to beat his ass at the grocery store. Another heel is going to betray and hurt MJF, and he's going to come back as the guy when he comes back as a face.
You think he's gonna come back as a good guy? That's what you're trying to say?
If they truly want this man to be the face of AEW, they have to let him get all this monster heat. They let him gotta get destroyed by another face. I mean, by another heel who probably gets the title or something like that. And then he run it for a couple of months, and then all of a sudden MJF music hits, and it's gonna be over.
Who do you think is the second best heel in AEW?
Oh boy.
Exactly. That's the point. That's why MJF is not going to turn.
Right. Well, not right now. I know they still got to build it up.
No, because
as of right now, I think it'll go the other way around. I think Adam Cole would be the one. Or here's what can happen. Here's what's going to happen. I think too hard, but we've just seen Adam Cole and his homeboy Roddy.
I know you're talking about
Roger Strong.
Yeah, I know you're talking.
He done turned on Roger Strong so many times, though.
We done seen Roderick Strong feel some type of way about him hanging with MJF.
Right.
Yeah.
So we might see Roderick Strong turn
against Adam Cole.
Right.
Yep.
I don't think that's going to do anything for Adam Cole. I don't think that's going to do anything for
Roderick Strong is going to be the one that's going to. I think it's going to be a payday. I think MJF is going to sit up there and say he has some type of shit in place where Roderick Strong helps MJF keeps his title when they meet.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's what I think will happen.
I can see that, and I don't know, man. I'm not impressed with the in-ring talent over it. I mean, I'm not impressed with Kenny Omega at all. I guess a lot of WWE wrestlers that'll work his ass.
Yeah,
I mean, the talent of wrestling.
But those are
when we come out WWE and E&W. I mean, I will put WWE above it, but I got to say it's still interesting. And then also too, another thing I know with E&W is with their big guys are not as how should I put it?
They have no charisma, no personality.
Right.
None of them.
Exactly.
I don't like
what's
that big dude? He look like a
Powerhouse Hobbs
figure. He look like a He-Man action figure.
I know you're talking about.
Not Wardlow, the other guy, Brian.
With the mohawk.
He got long hair.
No, he got the mohawk.
Brian Cage.
Brian Cage.
I don't like
Brian Cage. I do not like
that. He's a WWE wrestler if I ever seen one. But
I do not like him at all.
You would like him in the WWE if you put him with the right person.
Maybe, but I've been watching him since he was in TNA, and I'm like, this dude here.
But it's another big guy I'm talking about. This guy here is big, and he has long blonde hair.
You talking about Big Cass? That's the name he went by.
Yeah, him.
That's when he used to be with Enzo.
He's so
right. I mean, I don't like his storyline because it look like
he trash too.
Yeah, he trash.
Exactly.
Him and Jack Swagger. Jack Swagger had a potential, but Jack Swagger is trash on the mic.
Yes. Oh, damn. See, he another.
Yeah, they messed him up too.
He couldn't get over that hump. He was.
He couldn't. He's trash on the mic. But I'm gonna tell you, there's only one person in AEW that belongs in WWE, and when that person gets to WWE, they're gonna run a division, and that's Jade Cargill. Jade Cargill.
Hey, by the way,
hell yeah,
she needs to be.
Hey, by the way, Nick, one of the best wrestlers, in my opinion, best athletes I've seen in WWF was Shelton Benjamin, but he was trash on the mic too.
Yeah, but Shelton Benjamin had 100,000 pushes though because he was actually that good in the ring. But you're right, he trashed on the mic.
He could never stay healthy. Also, too. That's also that played his part. That's another reason why the Hurt Business couldn't get to where they had to be to because he couldn't be healthy. And then when he got healthy, the other dude, Cedric Alexander, would be hurt.
I think it has to be more than me personally. I think it has to do more with the melanin in their skin.
I mean, true, but they still trying to do it.
I mean, we are talking about Vince. You know what I'm saying?
But they still trying to do it though with another group of guys.
Yeah, but more better guys, like, because they want to push Montez, and I just don't. I don't see it.
Well, let me ask you this.
He has the charisma. That's all he has. They're looking at potential with him because of the.
They got to invent a devastating finishing move for him.
They don't know what to do with him. He's all over the place to me.
Yeah,
he's a hell of a guy. I think he could do it if you just put him in one in a tunnel, give him that one tunnel vision, and let him go straight through that. Not like how
give him a finishing move.
He needs a good one because that off the top rope shit, that's unbelievable. But I mean, he's just showing how high he could get up in the air. Really.
Right. He needs a finishing move.
But you're not doing nothing but the goddamn Eddie Guerrero frog splash, bro. Like,
and Carmelo Hayes. I hate that finishing move, man. My son hates that. I hate that finishing move.
That leg drop off the rope.
Hell, man,
come on,
that's
bro.
unbelievable.
We just talked about the leg drop with Hulk Hogan last week.
Exactly.
They voted that as the worst finishing move of all time.
And I believe it.
I agree with that.
Hey, but then again, now that we older, we got to remember Hulk Hogan was 300 pounds, man, 6'8", dropping that big ass leg across you.
Bruh,
you know what I'm saying?
That's true. But guess what? But look, we've seen dudes get hit across the head with chairs and kicked out, right? You're not gonna sit up here and tell me a 300-pound leg dropping down on my neck or chest area. It's especially my neck or chest area. I'm choking, bro. Like, I should be moving. There should be no way in here I'm gonna be able to just lay there flat for 3 seconds while I'm over here gasping for air.
Favorite finishing move of all time.
I think it's another wrestler. I think it's another wrestler that got the leg drop as well. I can't remember.
I guarantee you, your favorite finisher is not more devastating than my favorite finisher of all time, especially when it's hit right.
I don't even know if I have one.
My favorite finisher, I'll tell you, I go first. My favorite finisher, especially if it's hit right, if the crowd is into it, is the goddamn clothesline from hell.
Oh, okay.
That's my finisher, boy. Nobody hit it like JBL. Nobody.
That's my boy.
Actually, you know what's funny is my favorite finisher. My favorite finisher was actually the Diamond Cutter from Diamond Dallas Page, because you never know when he was gonna hit it, because even with the clothesline from the hell, there was a setup for it, but with the Diamond Cutter, it came out of nowhere.
Yeah, but you know,
Randy Orton took it to another level.
He took that to a whole nother level now.
A whole nother level.
The way he do it, oh Lord.
Because he don't grab you. Diamond Dallas actually grabs your head and do it. Randy actually comes out of nowhere.
And hit you with it. Yeah, and that's why it's called RKO out of nowhere.
RKO.
Yeah, but so I got the clothesline from hell. Shake got the Diamond Cutter. What you got, Joe?
Oh man,
you can do the stunner, the rock bottom. You know, it's a lot. The pedigree.
The
spear. Not Edge spear. Edge got the worst spear.
No, I don't want no spears. Goldberg does the spear. Roman Reigns does the spear.
Everybody got the spears.
What was Brooklyn Brawler's finisher?
Wasn't it a punch or body slam or some stupid shit like that?
Brooklyn Brawler. What was his finishing move? Oh my goodness!
I don't even know.
That was one weird character too.
I always saw him as a jobber, so I never.
Yeah, he was a jobber.
I never.
He was an enhanced talent. He wasn't a jobber. He was an enhanced talent.
Mm-hmm. Well, since you still thinking, Joe, mine is still the Tombstone power driver.
I like the Tombstone, but I like the Last Ride better. I think that should have been his ultimate finishing move, the Last Ride.
Yeah, the Last Ride.
You ain't kicking out of that,
bro. That the first time he did it, he actually hurt somebody for real doing it, and so
was it against?
Hey, Shake.
So what they had
against Edge?
No, it was a jobber.
I think the first time was against the Miz, wasn't it?
No,
hey, Shake.
The first person he hurt was a jobber, and he
Can you hear me?
He had to drop.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up? My bad. I was on mute. My bad. Pulling the trunks. That was a good finish. finishing maneuver.
Yeah, that's what makes it so good.
Owning the tights.
When he gives you that extra lift with the
What
trunk.
Yeah, when
what were we saying?
I like I like submission holds. I like the old classic figure 4 leg lock, the sharpshooter, and the
That's what
freaking
I was thinking of the figure 4.
the figure 4 leg lock is my favorite finisher because I could do it. I know how to do that move on people. So
But that one's easy to reverse. Out of all the finishing maneuvers, that one's the easiest one to reverse.
It is.
But
the sharpshooter is not.
But with the help of the other guy,
too.
I don't think in reality you put somebody in a figure 4 leg lock, they're going to be able to be in pain, yelling and screaming, and then roll you over.
Right.
Yeah, you got to apply it perfect. You got to apply it with a lot of pressure for them not to do it.
But I mean,
they got to endure a lot of pain.
But I like the way Charlotte Flair took the figure 4 to another level.
Yeah, maybe
she puts it on you. And
yeah,
she lifts
you
up.
got to endure a lot of pain.
I just think the setup is too long for it. That's my only problem with the setup is too long.
Yeah, because
no, it's not. You can do it quickly. Greg Valentine did it pretty quick.
Yeah, but no, I mean Charlotte. With Charlotte, her setup is too long.
The figure 8 takes so long because she had to put it on and then push her body, bridge herself.
What's good, Bones?
I would say Greg Valentine. It didn't take him long to put you in it.
Hey, let me ask you all this: if I had $1 for every time, if I had $1 for every time the referee kicked Ric Flair's hands from the ropes, how much money would I have?
You'll be a rich man.
He'd be very rich. He is so classic doing that.
The greatest worker of all time. The greatest worker of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Shape Money. The other finisher I like and nobody mentioned was the patented flying forearm from Tito Santana.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because AJ's is better.
No,
AJ's is better.
By the way,
no, it's not.
What? AJ look like Superman in the air when he cocked it back.
Who has a better DDT? Who had a better DDT than Jake the Snake Roberts?
I don't know, man.
Nobody, because nobody was the only one that beat you off of it.
No, never. Whatchamacallit had a good one. A Raven even flow DDT. The even flow DDT. That was a pretty good DDT.
Okay.
Sting had one that reverse. Didn't Sting have a reverse DDT? The Scorpion.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
But
that was when he was the crow sting.
But he didn't really beat you with that.
No, he still uses it. That's his number 1 finish. The Scorpion Deathlock is, but his number 2 is. Is the Scorpion? Is the what's the name?
It was the Scorpion Deathlock finish.
But the true originator,
he called it the Scorpion Death Drop.
The originator of the power driver was Mr. Wonderful. You know, he did it with perfection.
He used to be my favorite wrestler.
Paul Ondo.
I remember.
Paul Ondo.
I used to love Paul
My
Ondo.
first time seeing.
Yeah,
Paul
Mr. Wonderful. He was the originator of that power driver, boy. I tell you, boy.
I know where he's from, right? He's from Tampa.
Yeah.
He is the Florida guy.
Yeah. He used to be my favorite wrestler, man. I used to love Paul Orndorff, man. And he was the only wrestler I never cared that he turned face. I never cared.
Yeah, because he had turned quick, man.
He was an ultimate heel, boy.
He was. He couldn't trust him for nothing.
And he was swole.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he was one of the original bodybuilders like Rick Rude and all those guys.
Yeah, but you know,
I thought the Ravishing one was awesome. I never really cared for Raven too much.
Yeah, but look like Rick Rude didn't work out with his legs, and then he was well built in the upper body, but the lower.
Yeah,
body,
you're right, Mr. Paul. Yeah, he was kind of unproportioned.
Yeah, bro, you need to work out with your legs a little bit there.
Yeah, that's why they gave him that stripper gimmick. That Chippendales gimmick, remember?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, do you remember? Does anybody still remember the Mr. Wonderful versus Hogan steel cage match Saturday night main event?
Yeah,
I think so.
That's a good one. Yeah, that was a good match. That was a good match.
But one thing a lot of people don't know about Paul Orndorff is that one of his arms was bigger than the other.
One of his arms.
Yeah.
It's Hulk Hogan. Is Hulk Hogan the greatest face and the greatest heel of all time?
No.
I think he is.
Hogan? Not heel.
I think he's the greatest face and the greatest heel of all time.
I don't know, maybe face, but I don't know about heel.
I think Hollywood Hogan.
No,
had
he said
Hollywood Hogan's probably the greatest face.
No, Hollywood Hogan was the greatest heel.
He's both.
Damn, he's both
heel and face.
Yeah, he's the greatest heel.
Say, Nick.
Actually, the person who got the most heat, and that was because of the political angle that was played, was Sergeant Slaughter. Remember when Sergeant Slaughter turned?
Yes, true.
Everybody hated him.
Yep.
But I'm saying Hulk Hogan was arguably, like, if you look in the dictionary of a baby face in wrestling, it'll probably be Hulk Hogan, the original version of Hulk Hogan. And then if you look at the alternate heel, it'll be Hollywood Hogan, NWO.
Right, Nick, what you trying to say is that he was the best heel and face. That's
I don't think he was.
Right?
I don't think he was the greatest heel. I think he was the biggest surprise to turn heel.
The reason I kind of get where Nick is coming from.
Nobody expect him. He's always the golden boy.
Right.
But the one thing I like about
it was a change.
The thing I like about where Big Nick is coming from is because look, you got Ultimate Hogan. You got Hogan.
We lost the shape.
We lost shape. I think you're saying you got.
Can you hear me now?
You got.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you? No. Okay. See, the thing about it was you got Hulk Hogan that was say your prayers, your vitamins, and then all of a sudden Hogan,
right.
he was fearless. He was fearless. He would wrestle Andre the Giant, and you know what I'm saying. And then all of a sudden, when he turned the heel, he became this egotistical coward. You know what I'm saying? That you know what I'm saying? It's like it was believable. You know what I'm saying? When Austin tried to do that, when Austin tried to do that, he wasn't believable as a coward.
They had to fake too long.
That's why I agree with Nick.
But I missed some of what you said. But I'm my phone was right there. But I think with Austin not being not able to work as a heel was when it was a surprise when he turned and all that other stuff like Hogan was. But let's also remember Hogan, like I said about Roman Reigns, Hogan's an actor.
Yep, that he is.
Stone Cold got into the acting later, way late in his career. Stone Cold didn't start getting these opportunities until he became Stone Cold Steve Austin, and because he wasn't getting those movie deals as Stunning Steve or as an ECW guy, where you had Hulk Hogan as Say Your Prayers, Eat Your Vitamins. He was doing movies, and then Hollywood Hogan, he was still doing stuff like that. So he has the acting career way much better, under his belt and stuff. So it was easier for him to being able to play that guy rather than a guy like Stone Cold who doesn't probably know how to.
His acting sucks anyway. His acting sucks anyway. It doesn't matter.
Acting sucks anyhow. Austin was a heel. He didn't go.
But he wasn't. But when he was a heel, nobody really cared for him like that.
Right. All the way up until they put him with the guy who was originally supposed to go over, but Stone Cold did that one promo and it was over for Jake the Snake.
Right,
Jake the Snake was the one that was supposed to go over. Jake the Snake was the one that was supposed to win King of the Ring.
And
then Stone Cold Steve Austin said, Austin 316 said, "I just kicked your ass," and that was it. That was over.
Right, and the people loved it. So what did they do? They didn't turn Stone Cold face right away. He was still heel.
They made him a tweener.
He was still heel. It was up to the crowd to sit up there and guess what? It was something different. It wasn't the projected guy that you were thinking was going to win this King of the Ring. All the guys they would think, and Stone Cold was something different. So the crowds wanted that. That's the thing about wrestling. When I mentioned about John Cena getting booed so much, it's people wanted something different, and we always hear about them always say, "Oh, we give the fans what they want." Well, do you?
No,
you don't.
Maybe.
No, they don't.
You don't.
Maybe.
Because we've been wanting John Cena bad. And so because it didn't happen, they knew not to make that mistake right now with Roman Reigns. And then look how that worked out for him. They turned Roman Reigns bad. He's 1,000+ day champion. The crowd loves him and hate him in between and whatever. And he's still always going to make sure that he's going to always try to get the crowd to hate him. That's why he's doing the role that he's doing now. I'm going to sit up there and make my cousin's life the living hell. I'm going.
Yeah, but I think one of the things that they did listen to us, we should have had John Moxley. We shouldn't have had Dean Ambrose. We should have had John Moxley.
True.
Right. So they didn't listen to us on that. They didn't. He didn't listen when everybody was behind. Like one of the greatest things Dean Ambrose did, man, was when he told Seth Rollins he was gonna give him a rematch after Seth Rollins was already champ.
Yeah. Hey, but when you look at it though, they wasn't gonna give us John Moxley or whatever because Seth Rollins is Triple H's boy.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be the guy that's gonna get that bigger push than those guys. And then we see Roman getting a lot of love.
Shield when they first came. I don't care what nobody said. Roman, he was the #1 guy in the Shield when they first came.
Why you think they call him the architect? He was the architect.
No, he wasn't. He was #2. Dean Ambrose was the leader. He was the Mike. He was the one that got the championship first. They were pushing him to be the head of the Shield.
I don't know
what Seth Rollins.
Who was the first one to get the title?
I think it was Seth Rollins.
No, Dean Ambrose got the U.S. Heavyweight Championship first. He was a U.S. title.
No. But what I'm saying is that with the Shield was created, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Seth Rollins supposed to be the #1 guy. Then Dean Ambrose.
Yeah, because
let's remember, the muscle was Roman Reigns.
I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, who's over NXT now? Triple H, right? But who was it? It was Dusty Rhodes and Triple H and Shawn Michaels and all them.
I know. Right, and Seth Rollins was the first NXT champion. I understand that.
Exactly, that's my point. That's why Seth
Rollins.
What I'm saying,
when they came to the main roster, right? Anybody had to talk. Anybody, he was leading, coming through the stairs. He was the one that grabbed the mic. They put the scrap around him first, but Seth Rollins, his talent just overshadowed.
They put a strap around him. They put a strap around.
Okay, here it is.
But hold on, they put a strap around him.
They didn't have a leader.
No, they didn't have a leader. Look, they put a strap around him. They didn't put the world title around him.
Right.
So the person that ends up out of those 3 guys to get the world title, although Roman Reigns got the match, Seth Rollins hijacked the match and took the title from Roman and Brock.
But he was so over by the end, though.
Who?
I didn't like him at first, and I still kind of feel some type of way about that. But I didn't like him at first.
But he was the guy that gave it to. Guess what? It don't remind you of Edge when Edge cashed in his money in the bank. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Seth Rollins only wish he can get that kind of heat. He only wish he can get that kind of heat.
That's fine and all, but I'm just saying that Seth Rollins was the man that they were seeking to get that push to. That's what I'm saying, because that was Triple H's boy. And you go back to the NXT days when Seth won the first NXT title. Who's in the ring raising his hand? Triple H.
Yeah.
When Seth Rollins won the world title, who's in the ring raising his hand? Triple H. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what, Triple H gave Seth Rollins his move.
Exactly, because the stomp got dangerous. The stomp
got banned. It got banned.
It got banned, and they brought it back.
But I'll tell you what, Triple H got some sweet chin music from Shawn Michaels one night. He got some of that sweet chin music.
Yeah,
let me ask you guys a question. Who was the Undertaker's? Like, I know everybody want to say Mankind and Mick Foley, but I think his biggest rivalries came from either Edge, right? Edge or Randy Orton.
Yeah. But his biggest rivalry?
I think those were his.
Undertaker wasn't the Edge, was it?
I think Edge was huge for Undertaker.
No, Big Nick, what's the question about the Undertaker?
Yeah, the Undertaker had quite a few people on his list.
Undertaker's, because Undertaker never slammed Hell in a Cell, and looked at somebody and said, "I'm gonna hurt you."
I think his favorite rivalry was.
He told at the Edge.
I mean, you got to look at the way the storyline was put together.
Right.
And then they were part of. Wasn't they together at one point? Wasn't they part of a little clip?
No, they wasn't. It's just that came into play.
Edge and Christian used to be part but it clicked with a guy with vampire.
Gangrel. They were in the Brood. They didn't come help Undertaker. They didn't join along Undertaker before.
No.
I don't remember
part of that.
By that time when Undertaker was in the ministry.
Yeah. They became the Brood became part of the ministry. Remember when they did the ministry?
Oh, they did.
That's what I'm saying.
For a hot minute, then Gangrel got fired.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. They must have been for a hot minute because I don't remember.
It linked up. Yeah, it linked up. They linked up.
And
so that right there, all that I'm gonna hurt you is like, bro, you used to be rocking with me. I'm finna fuck you up. That's all that is.
And then the way he cashed in on the Undertaker, like if I was a little boy, I probably would have cried. You know what I'm saying? like you don't do Undertaker. Undertaker just had this hell of a match, and your ass just come out of nowhere and cash. And I knew Undertaker was gonna kick out. He kicked out the first one, but couldn't kick out the second one. But I heard y'all talking earlier before I came on about people kicking out of finishes. I think they kick out of finishes like toward the end of that particular person's run. You know what I'm saying? Like whoever get they finisher when they be protected, then all of a sudden now it's not even, they're kicking out of it now. That person's run.
They on the decline.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or either other wrestlers that come in with simple variations of that same move, and it just won't be believable no more.
They phasing it out.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to figure out what's the storyline with Bray Wyatt because
he's sick. He got some type of ailment.
Oh, okay.
Who's that for, Mr. Pope?
No, Bray Wyatt, because it seemed like he made a comeback, and then all of a sudden now it's like he dropped the big to see he's been.
It sounds like the C word with Bray. I haven't gotten any information, but they're not talking about it. It sounds like the C word.
Oh, okay.
Get back in here. It sounds Bray Wyatt is another one. He dropped the ball over. Vince McMahon didn't know what the hell he was doing.
They dropped the ball.
Hey, by the way, now I know who Undertaker's greatest.
Look, real life too.
Hey, listen, in ring, Kane was Undertaker's best rivalry, but as far as storyline, his best rival was Mankind.
Okay,
I can see that. That's you, or that's what you're reading on the internet?
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about because remember there was the storyline was that Mankind had the most wins on the Undertaker at one time. I'm talking about this wasn't I'm talking about the Mankind when he was like mutilating himself. That Mankind.
Right. But I thought the question was,
I got to stand here.
Who
not the Nick Foley one?
I thought the question was
but this is for me. This is what this is my opinion.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. That's what I was saying. That's why I was
asking. This ain't no internet stuff. This is my opinion.
Any Mankind storyline was better than the Edge Undertaker storyline ever.
No, but my biggest rival before the Undertaker was Kane.
Yeah, Kane. They had a few matches, but the storyline lasted 2 weeks, and then they'll get together. Or either they'll bury Undertaker alive and he'll disappear for 3 months and he'll come back.
Yeah. Remember him and Undertaker had the boiler match. They had the Hell in the Cell. They had the boiler match. They had a lot of good matches. Undertaker and Mankind.
So look, we go back to what I was saying about Brock Lesnar and Goldberg when we talked about Undertaker and Kane feuding with each other. That didn't happen too many times. We got to see them together as the most part.
Right,
because it's just they were too similar with each other, and it just creates a boring match. That's why you get guys. That's why we end up getting, like you said, you don't like those little guys as champion, but that's why we end up getting dudes like a Rey Mysterio versus a Batista, because we got speed versus power, and it just creates a lot of things in the ring compared to two big old stiff dudes who
and we trusted Rey. We trusted Rey
or Eddie Guerrero.
Like I remember when they took Rey. I remember when Rey was wrestling maskless, right? So Rey had credibility, man, ever since his early days of WCW, and he was beefing with Billy Kidman, who actually masked him. That's the one that took the mask from him, Billy Kidman. But I think Rey just had that kind of that juice that if he come to WCW, we don't care if he go against the Big Show. We know Rey,
Mm-hmm.
But they almost did that with Austin Theory, gave him a push way too early. Triple H had to come and calm that down because they was about to lose Austin Theory, which is going to be the face of the company, by the way.
I don't know. Austin Theory
going to be the man. Austin Theory is going to be the man.
I think he lost it. The credibility. Like he should have. Like the bullshit opportunities they gave him. Like you gave him the Money in the Bank,
the money in the bank, right?
And then he never capitalized off of it.
Right.
You put him in these matches.
Also,
you put him in those matches as Money in the Bank holder, and he loses his matches, and then all of a sudden you put the U.S. title on him.
And they put him up against 3 unbeatable heels, right? They put him up against Bobby Lashley. They put him up against Brock Lesnar. They put him up against Roman Reigns. It was too soon for him.
But all that was just like I said earlier, is to give.
That's the way to get him introduced, Big Nick.
Yeah, I know. But it was too soon for him. They should have kept him with Seth Rollins.
But what I didn't like is that we got when Cody Rhodes came back there, we had to see him fight Seth Rollins so many times in a row. Like, come on, man! And then
they did the same thing with Edge and Randy Orton,
and it didn't have to happen.
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
How many times do we have to keep seeing this? You know what? And I thank God that Carmella is pregnant, because I swear to God, if I would have saw her get another title opportunity against Bianca Belair, I was going to lose my damn mind. I'm like, this bitch ain't doing shit.
Mella. Mella is money, man.
Listen, but she has. Tell me the opportunity where she earned the title matches.
She earned too many.
But
she
now
got all these title matches.
Improvements. You want to talk about improvements in the ring? Her and Liv Morgan has improved tremendously.
Liv Morgan made a big jump.
Liv Morgan came a long. I used to hate her.
She couldn't wrestle.
I used to hate her. I'm like, this porn. I'm like, this Pornhub looking girl here need to get out of here and go on and do some other shit. Cause this ain't it.
Damn, Pornhub.
She looked like she's on porn. Yeah. She looked like a porn girl.
It's no help. It's no help for Mandy Rose. It's just no help for Mandy Rose. None.
I don't see much of her that much.
She fired. They fired her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she got fired right after she lost her title to Indy Hartwell. When she lost,
that's the girl there.
Yeah, she was showing too much on Twitch on OnlyFans.
Yeah, you know how WWE wants control of all that.
No. She was showing too much. Like they could have worked with her with the screaming money, with her name and everything, but it came out she had a couple of risque photos. And after they fired her, like the next day she made $300,000 on her screen.
Yeah, you said Rich Gay what now?
She had some risque photos.
She had some risque photos.
Yeah, he's showing stuff.
Photos.
She's showing the world.
Carmella.
But see, the thing is,
Carmella
those photos are paid for.
WWE no more. You know that, right? Carmella.
People paying for those photos.
Yeah, and WWE gets nothing out of it.
No, right, and plus they're PG. Plus they publicly traded and they had sponsors. But Carmella is not the finest white girl on WWE anymore. You know that, right? Maxine Dupree is the shit.
Maxine Dupree.
She is.
Yeah,
she is the shit.
Boy,
my son said when he first saw her, he was like,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm glad they got her away from the maximum male, whatever.
Yeah, May sucks.
I'm like, bro, these dudes are trash. What are you doing?
He's 6'6", 6'7", and he's trash.
What about
I don't know how y'all feel, but I'm gonna tell you where WWE dropped the ball at. They still have time to pick it up, but that LA Knight.
Oh no,
LA Knight.
No, he don't need the briefcase. He's over like Rover, man. Did you see it last night?
Yeah,
when they played his music. Oh, he's over like Rover. He don't need it, but he didn't need it. He don't need the money in the bank.
I saw an interview with Kevin Nash. I think it was Kevin Nash, and he was saying that WWE need to hurry up and do something before they lose out on it.
Yeah, he's over like I think they're gonna put the US scrap on him. I think they're gonna give him Austin's title, and I think that's gonna be the transition for both of them.
Yeah,
For both of them. I think once they take the strap off of Austin Theory, I think that's when his real push is gonna come, and I think LA Knight is gonna go from that into being Stone Cold.
Yeah, because he got the right character, LA Knight, and he was something else on another wrestling thing.
Eli Drake.
Right. Because he had that button, the dummy.
He was he was in TNA. When I first saw him over there in TNA, I'm like, this dude would be good for WWE just because of the way he talked.
Well, I got fired from WWE by then. He was a jobber.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I'm saying he had to. A lot of guys get fired and come back.
Yeah,
MJF,
when Dean Ambrose.
Bro,
I think Dean Ambrose got fired, but he was a jobber.
But I seen a video just recently where Samoa Joe is coming out the back, like how Goldberg usually do when they have the cameras backstage and stuff like that. When Goldberg coming out, and I saw a match. Well, I don't know who the match was because I just saw this. It showed MJF, right?
Yeah.
And so Samoa Joe comes out from the room. This is all WWE programming.
Yeah.
Samoa Joe comes out. He got. I think he was a security guard. You saw when Samoa Joe pushed him into the wall.
Yeah.
Right, and that was
he was like 19 years old right there. He was like 19.
Yeah. That one like we see like CM Punk. We look at CM Punk, and he was one of them gangster guys at on a John Cena entrance at WrestleMania one time.
Yeah. And your boy and Tommaso Ciampa.
Tommaso
Ciampa was
man.
Yeah.
I like him.
He was a real jobber too. He was a fake security too.
They do him wrong too.
Yeah.
I think his size was holding him back. But I think they dropped the ball on Samoa Joe, but Samoa Joe couldn't stay healthy, but they still dropped the ball on him.
Mm-hmm. I hope they don't do it with LA Knight.
Joe got that Goldberg vibe. Joe got that Goldberg vibe. Like, he's just a badass. Like, he's ready to go. Speaking of which, Goldberg was ahead of his time. Goldberg need to be in the days WWE.
Yeah, but I hope they don't drop the ball on LA Knight because I like his the character that he has. I think it can take him far. Please don't drop the ball on LA Knight.
I still think they're dropping the ball on Bobby Lashley though. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care. He's 40 years old. For sure. I don't care. He's 40 years old. He needs to be the man, Bobby Lashley. If he'd have been an Attitude Era, it would have been Triple H, Stone Cold, The Rock. It would have been all those guys, and Bobby Lashley would have. See, back then in the Attitude Era, you can have 15 number one baby faces. I don't know why they don't do that anymore. I don't know why they refuse to do that. Like, Triple H not only was beefing with The Rock, but he was beefing with The Undertaker. Stone Cold wasn't only beefing with The Rock, he was beefing with Triple. You know what I mean? It was just, and Kurt Angle and Chris Jericho and all of them was intertwined in the one storyline, and they just stopped it. You can only have one face now.
Yep.
That's when wrestling was wrestling, man. I remember like before I was able to get the pay-per-views, like Monday night, man, my TV had to be on at 9 o'clock because whatever music came out first, that's who won the championship. And it was always Triple H music.
Ant. Yo, Ant. Bro,
yo, what's up?
Remember the time?
I'm here.
Remember the time we was at the library and it thunderstormed? And we were like, damn, it's gonna be 9 o'clock. We gotta get home. Bruh, I'm in a wheelchair. If y'all don't know. I'm in a wheelchair, and I have a power chair.
Oh, I think Shay told us about that. Your ass fell asleep.
No, Ant used to ride the back of my chair.
No, I'm talking about the time. No, we talking about the time we got drunk and you fell asleep and drove into traffic.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Crossing the street. But look, as you can see, I'm okay, right? But anyway. So this night is a Monday night, of course, and we're big time into wrestling and shit like that. So we're looking at the time. It's storming. I mean, the library done closed and everything. They closed at 7 or something. And we're like, on my chair, we could get from that area back to my house in about maybe 30 minutes. But it's storming. So I'm like, man, we just gonna have to go through it. So we did it. Got all the way home. Soon as we we turn on a certain street, like we're close to my house, all the lights are out in the neighborhood. So I'm like, don't tell me the power is out, y'all. So we get all the way to my house. There's no power, meaning we ain't getting a chance to watch. Can't watch wrestling, bro.
No.
Got home, was wet up, came home in a thunderstorm, bro, to watch wrestling, and we couldn't watch it because the power was out.
I'm gonna tell you the greatest thing that happened for me is at this time NWO had taken over the world, but the WWF at the time was still the shit, right? And so I was confused, like I didn't know. I was going back and forth watching each one, but you can't really do that. And then I found out that TBS at 12 o'clock repeats programming.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was the greatest day of my life.
I remember that.
They repeat programming. That was the greatest day of my life.
You ain't kidding, because I used to get off work around 10:30 or 11, and as soon as I get home, I'm just missing wrestling. And then 12 o'clock at night, you get a chance to see the replay. Oh, I know what you mean by that, my brother.
Yeah, goodness. So I haven't missed a Monday night. I haven't missed a Monday or a Friday night. I have to say, honestly, gotta be over 10 years. Gotta be over 10 years. I haven't missed Monday. It's two things I don't miss. I don't miss Monday and Friday night, and I don't miss Dolphins. I don't. I don't. I will quit my job if they schedule me at 1 o'clock on a Sunday. I won't go to work.
Well,
I've done it. I've done it.
Yeah.
Well, I've done the opposite. I missed out on a lot of wrestling and football because of the schedule I used to be. Because I used to work from 2:30 in the afternoon till about 10:30 at night.
Yeah.
I missed out on NFL and wrestling. Period.
At least the live ones,
Yeah,
Mr. Paul.
shit.
Yeah.
Hey, shit, Joe,
that's my
Joe used to
favorite
make
schedule, though.
Joe used to make a lot of money because I used to work 1 to 9:30. So Joe used to make a lot of money off of me because I used to have him tape it for me, and I pay him to watch, and then I just pick up and watch it.
You guys don't remember your first jobs, man, and telling them people that you needed Sundays off? I'm the only one that did that.
No, good luck with that.
Nick,
I'm a church boy. I need Sundays off. I'm a church boy.
No, hey, Nick,
that's the best excuse to have, but they don't have
No, but sometimes it don't work. When you talking about Baptist
Hospital, that's why I quit.
When you talking about Baptist Hospital, you can forget that. You can tell them that. Hey, you can tell them that my mom needs me to take her to church on Sunday. They do not care. If you will schedule work on Sunday, you worked on Sundays. And
you're a Baptist. Come on, man.
I can't remember what outside of having a job at the church when I was working on Sunday.
I can't do it to this day. I'm talking about hospital.
I'm 52 years old. I'm gonna do it to this day.
I would not do that no more. That's why I'm right now semi-retired from the school board, because the school board you work 5 days a week, Monday to Friday, and that's it.
Right.
But man, I worked at Baptist Hospital. Good grief.
Yeah, I work Tuesday through Saturday, so I'm off Sundays and Mondays. I have a football schedule. I'm off on Sunday and Monday.
And the only reason I can do something on Monday and Fridays now is because I watch it on the internet, so I watch it anytime I get ready. And the best thing about watching it on the internet is that
you just can't watch the Thursday night games, right, Crypto?
Right. I can't watch the Thursday. I can't watch the Thursday night live. Yeah. Every now and then I can chime in, even if it's chimed in.
Even if it's the Dolphins, you can't watch it.
No, I can watch it, but I can't watch it.
Right.
Why not? You work on Thursday night or something?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I work Tuesday through Saturday.
And are you guys like me? Are you guys like me too insane of a Dolphin fan to listen to it over the radio? I can't do it.
No, I can't. It's hard for me.
I
could listen to it on the radio. I don't care.
Yeah, especially if it's the commentators that I like.
I can listen to it on the radio, but it's not the same as the TV. It's a big drop off for me.
I mean, but if I had no other choice, I'll listen to it on the radio. Hell, you know what? I even, dude. But here's the thing, dude. I'm so like, for instance, if I have no other choice, I would go to my ESPN app and watch the little play-by-play thing on the damn scoreboard.
Yeah, the play-by-play. Yeah, or the when I was overseas, I listened. I don't know. I know Mr. Polk know this. Probably know. When I was overseas, I listened to the Dolphins game and Chargers game on shortwave radio. I was listening to it on shortwave radio.
Yeah, I knew you had to be miserable.
You stepped on some toes now, Crypto.
Shortwave radio.
Imagine being stationed in California, and your team plays at 1 o'clock, and you got to get up and go find you a sports bar open at 10 o'clock in the morning. Or
10 in the morning. Just to watch it.
I used to find them. I ain't give a damn. I found them.
Well, that's what Rashard got to do. Rashard live in California. He got to do that now.
You got to find a sports bar. And then they don't want to have all the teams on, so you got to go, sweeten the pot a little bit. Put this TV on the Dolphins. Right?
No.
Because they got Sunday tickets, so you can watch the Dolphins at the sports bar.
Yeah.
No, but
I remember I used to live somewhere. I was in Texas. Right, I was living in Texas with my uncle. Dead ass broke, and I used to have to go to the sports bar and sit on the outskirts of the sports bar just to watch the Dolphins game.
Yeah, especially in cowboy country. They ain't turning on no Dolphin game in cowboy country.
But believe it or not, everywhere you go, man, every big city you go, you're going to find you a Dolphins bar. I found that out, too. There's going to be a bar somewhere that's Dolphin themed.
Yeah, there's one here. There's one here in Washington, D.C. They got one, right, like 10 minutes from my house.
Yeah. Especially a military time. If it's a military time, you're going to find your Dolphins bar because everybody knows Florida run the military.
Yeah, but I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell y'all something that's a little.
Well, Virginia do too. Navy.
Florida run the military. Ain't no Virginia do too. Florida run the military.
Virginia and California, I will have to say, got a strong them with that one.
You know who else? I know we off wrestling, but you know who else got a lot of representations? Louisiana. Louisiana got a lot of representations in the military.
And by the way, just so you know, my boy Joe, he's a Cowboys. He's a Cowboys and Seminoles fan. So
yeah, I just lost respect for you, bro.
Hey man, it's all good, man. It's all good.
I think we need to do a goddamn recount. Because I didn't vote for them to be America's team. I don't know how that happened, but I think it's time for a recount.
I sure enough didn't vote for my cousin voted for that crap, but I ain't vote for that nonsense. My cousin voted for the Cowboys.
I ain't vote for it. I don't know nobody that voted for it.
Wait, y'all putting me on some new shit. That had to be voted?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
By who?
This is not a theocracy. This is not a monarch.
What that was?
You don't just label yourself America's team.
Wait a minute.
That was back in the 70s.
But was it? Wait. It was on a ballot.
Oh yeah.
That's what we're trying to figure out.
We trying to figure out it was on the ballot.
Right, but
that was a ballot initiative.
No, but that was a vote because I remember that because that Cowboys with
Jerry Jones said stop the count.
And on Thanksgiving and some other holidays, it was the Cowboys and the Redskins at that time.
Yep, well, Cowboys and the Redskins.
And the Redskins.
In Detroit.
Detroit.
And definitely Detroit. Yeah, Detroit is permanent.
And Detroit,
they got like a 200-year contract for Thanksgiving. 200 years. It expires in the year 2320.
Okay, look. So my thing is that I don't care about this whole America's team crap that they call it, but at the end of the day, who would be America's team now if they was to change it?
New England Patriots.
Probably the Patriots, yeah.
I would say the Patriots.
Maybe before.
Yeah. If they was to change it, yeah. It would make
right now they change it. Right now they change probably be Kansas City. I mean, if they were to be fair about
it'd be changed.
Kansas City. It would be between them two, yeah. If they were to change it right now.
Be Dallas, because I don't know if you know this.
No, it's not Dallas no more.
I don't know if you know this, Joe, but 1996 was a long time ago.
Listen.
Yeah, damn that 30 years ago.
Wait, 1990. Wait, a long time ago for what though?
For them to be
In
talking
general.
about they still America's team.
I mean, we was America's team
96
before
was a
96
long
though.
time ago.
I'm saying we was America's team before 96.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be America's team now.
I mean,
Right.
but if y'all said, wait. If y'all sitting up here talking about we was America's team or voted in the 70s or however that came about, we didn't win shit in the 80s, so why was we still called America's team then?
Favoritism.
Yeah.
A lot of the big time politicians came out of Texas, so they kind of kept it that way.
And
I guess I don't.
Here's the biggest problem I have with Cowboy fans.
It is what? Because I ain't it.
You're not one of those Jerry Jones guys, apologists. You're not a Jerry Jones apologist.
Hold on. Ant, go ahead, talk for me, bro. Tell him.
I know. He called it down the middle.
You're not. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say if he's a Jerry Jones apologist, then you disqualified.
Oh man, fuck Jerry. I always said we ain't gonna win no Super Bowl until Jerry get out of here. We ain't winning nothing until Jerry leaves. Like, come on. I'm not one of those people that.
Oh, okay, good. So you're on the right side.
He's not a Dak Prescott fan either.
Nah, ain't winning no Super Bowl. Dak.
No, but here's the problem: if Jerry leaves, his son's gonna take over, ain't it?
Yeah, but he should have been took over. Like that's who made all their good draft picks. His sons made all their good draft picks.
His sons, Wait. They need to kick him out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's time to go.
Kick him out.
Do you know Jerry Jones almost drafted Johnny Manziel if it wasn't for his son? If it wasn't for
his son stopped him.
Jerry Jones didn't want Michael Parsons. He wanted somebody else.
You see what I'm saying?
Like, no, we're taking this dude.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he wanted to. Jerry Johnson. He was about to wreck y'all up, and y'all wasn't getting part of it.
We already wrecked up.
Hey, Big Nick, what high school you went to, Big Nick?
I went to Dillon High for 3 years, but I graduated from Fort Lauderdale High.
Okay, because Joe went to the West. He went to Northwestern.
Oh, you went to? Oh, you went. Oh. Yeah, I don't have a beef with the West. I got beef with the High. I don't mind the West.
You guys went to rival schools, but no.
My high school is my avatar.
Oh, it is? Okay. Killian.
Killian,
yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I went to a career magnet school, near North Career Magnet School on the near north side of Chicago. It later became
that's what Joe went to. He went to an art program.
Yeah, my school.
Yeah, it later became Walter Payton High when they tore it down, and they built Walter Payton High when they tore down my high school. They built Walter Payton High.
They said Walter Payton had a physical regimen that was out of this world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Man, they said he used to have a regimen out of this world.
You notice the kids, the kids of greats never grow up to be nothing. It's always the opposite. Like if your son was good, the dad was trash.
Yep.
If the dad was trash, the son was good.
Yep.
It was never both of them was good.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Michael Jordan's son's trash.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what's going to happen around.
Shout out to the homie Pete. Shout out to Pete.
Well, Pete. Pete is up. Watch out.
Pete, I don't think Pete Bottle was wrestling, but I want to see what's going to happen with Rondé Gaskins' son because he has a son that's in college.
Oh, he is Rondé Gaskins' son. Okay,
he's in college. I want to see what's going to happen to him this year.
Oh yeah, that would be nice to see how good. See if he got those long 14-inch hands as his, like his father.
Yeah.
That boy hands was big as God's.
Look at Pete. Pete does know about wrestling. Look at Pete there.
316.
Pete, you need to jump on up there, buddy. Come on up there, my brother.
Damn, Pete said 316. Yeah. What's his name? LeBron James' son is coming out next year, so I wonder how that's gonna work out too.
But
every time I hear about LeBron James' son, I always think of the paper. I always think of the paper towel.
Bronny.
Bronny.
Right.
Good.
I don't think
Right.
he ain't gonna have what LeBron. He not even the best in his class.
That's what I'm saying. He's gonna have to have a monumental leap once he gets drafted.
Exactly, because when LeBron was coming out, he was the man.
He was already the man, yeah.
But I know Bronny gets all the hype, but they pushing his other son, his younger son. He's 6'6" already.
Yeah, because
his younger son is 6'6".
He's taller. Yeah, he's a bit taller.
They didn't start talking about the other son until the Max Preps put out their little list, and then you see where Bronny was at. Bronny was not top 10 or nothing like that. So now we're gonna look at the other son and see what he brings to the table.
No, I think Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne's son puts Bronny where he is.
I'm gonna tell you what's going on. LeBron's daughter is gonna be
now Shaquille's youngest one or middle kid. He's better than the older ones. Sharif O'Neal. He's better.
LeBron's daughter going to be the one that pan out. Watch.
Zion can ball too. Now don't get it twisted. Zion can ball.
Who?
Dwayne Wade's son. He can ball.
Oh yeah.
Zion.
Yeah.
I just don't think he has the height.
Hey, and by the way,
what you call it? Dwayne Wade.
Y'all seen Rondo's son?
Yeah,
no.
He's gonna be the truth.
Rondo. Now Scottie Pippen's son is already playing right now.
Yeah, Scottie Pippen's son.
He looks just like his dad. He looks just like him.
Yeah, Scottie Pippen Jr. Yeah, he looked just like him. He's playing like him. Yeah, he's playing right now.
I'm talking about Rondo's son.
Rondo. Oh, okay.
Hey, you know, be funny though. If LeVar Ball tells LeBron, "Hey, my son got drafted higher than yours,"
and both his sons got the absolute bag.
Right.
Both his sons got the bag.
Got the bag. Yeah, both of them did. Yeah.
It sucks for Lonzo though. He gonna have to
and this year's draft, Juwan Howard's son, Jet Howard, just got drafted.
Yep.
This year by the Magic.
Yep. And did he play for the Magic too before?
No, he played for Michigan. Juwan Howard did.
No, I'm saying he didn't have a little run with Orlando in his career.
He played. I think he did have.
I think he did
a short time with him.
Yeah.
Juwan Howard.
What, coaching him at Michigan?
Yeah.
Hey, that
his son just got picked up.
Win the national championship with Michigan. That man can recruit his ass off.
Yeah, he's a good coach. Just like the Thompson boys in Georgetown.
Well, we got the best coach. We got the best coach in college basketball down here in Miami.
You talking about football or basketball?
Basketball, Laurie Knight. That's the best coach in college basketball.
No, did he recruit Shane Battier?
I don't know.
Is that the one?
No, Laurie Knight. He just took the team to the Final Four. He had another Elite 8, Sweet 16, all from this private school with no superstars, no high recruits.
Hey Nick, he's not in the can to Laurie Knight that's outside the wrestling, is he?
Huh?
Is he in the can to it's a wrestler?
No, his name Laurie Nager. That's his name.
Okay.
That's not Laurie Knight.
Laurie Knight is.
Laurie Knight's brother is Animal from the Road Warriors.
Yeah.
Got you.
Laurie Knight, okay.
Laurie Knight was a big dude too.
Yeah.
Didn't his uncle still work for the WWE? John?
No, he got fired with that's his brother. He got fired when Vince McMahon scandal came out.
And he's connected to the
He was the one that was trading. He was the one that was trading the women with Vince McMahon, like Vince to have them first. And Laurie Knight. Yeah.
Hey, I ain't know John was related to Dusty.
Yeah, I was saying he was the uncle to the football player. Laurie Knight is. John Laurie Knight is his Animal's brother.
Yeah, that's his brother.
Yeah, John is the brother, but he's also the uncle of the football player Laurie Knight is. Because Animal had a son that was playing football.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think he was playing for the Rams at one point, but he didn't pan out. Again, your son sucks.
Hey, speaking of which, I can name at least 10 tag teams better than the Road Warriors. I'm sorry.
He said 10.
At least 10.
Go.
That was better than the Road Warriors.
Go.
Right now the Usos better. they can do more in the ring. Lauren, the Road Warriors is just big.
Well,
and
okay,
powerful.
well, pause right there. I feel like everybody you're going to say is going to be able to do more in the ring than the Road Warriors because they were just
Right,
power
and that's
guys.
what I base it off of.
Different era.
That's what I base it off of. I base
Okay.
it off what you can do in the ring.
Okay.
I know the pageantry is all good and everybody getting hyped to see the shoulder pads with the spikes on it. But once you get in the ring, it's just clothesline, body slams, and top rope. I mean, that's it. I'm just not impressed by that.
The one kick and then a Stone Cold Stunner, like 5 second match.
I like workers. I like Roman.
Well, you shouldn't like you. Well, you wouldn't like the Ultimate Warrior because all of his matches was less than 30 seconds.
He sucked.
all his matches was less than 30 seconds.
He sucked. Even he said that he hated wrestling, but the money was too good. He was a bodybuilder.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, he
sure was
a
bodybuilder. Got in wrestling, sure was a bodybuilder.
Hey,
Remember, he
Cat
quit
for life.
wrestling in the height of his
Animal is AJ Hawk is not his son, bro.
I remember that when he was on Arsenio Hall. Shake Money. You showed me that Arsenio Hall episode.
The best thing about the Ultimate Warrior is that he helped introduce Sting to us. That's it. He helped introduce Sting. The Blade Runners, I think they only had like 3 matches, but I just knew they was gonna be the shit. They brought them. They actually formed them for the Road Warriors, the Blade Runners.
Yeah.
They didn't realize real quick that Ultimate Warrior could not do shit in the ring.
No, he wasn't a wrestler. He wasn't a tactician. He was just a big brute.
But you gotta understand.
What's his finishing move?
But wait, y'all gotta.
No, his finishing move was the elevator press.
Yeah, he'll drop.
He press you over his head and just drop. Let you go.
And then splash on top of you. He splashed you while you're on your stomach. Roll you
up. There was another group formed to fight the Road Warriors because there was 2 guys and they ended up going to 3.
Demolition.
Yeah, Demolition.
That was Spike. That was Spike and Animal.
If you're talking about the Road Warriors, they third member
that was Animal and Spike.
No, Demolition was not.
Demolition.
Demolition was different people. They were they were not.
Demolition was a totally different group.
Right. But they were formed
the third member to the Road Warriors. The third member was Draws.
Yeah.
Who the hell was Animal and Spike?
Listen. It was the third guy added to Demolition.
Yeah, Crush.
Because it used to be just 2 of those guys.
It was Crush. You don't remember the dude? He was named Crush.
Yeah.
He was the third member.
It was never 3 Demolition. It was always 2 Demolition.
There was a third Demolition.
No, there was a third Demolition. There was a third.
I don't remember that, but I know they tried a third one with the Road Warriors.
Yeah, Draws.
No, it was the third one with Demolition also.
Draws only became a member because Hawk.
I'm trying to remember who was Animal and Spike.
Hawk was on dope. Hawk was
I don't know who Spike. You thinking of Spike Dudley?
Yeah, Animal and Spike. They used to wear these damn.
Dudley.
No,
Animal.
Spike was a Dudley.
Spike was Dudley. Animal and Hawk were the Road Warriors.
Right.
AKA the Legion of Doom.
In fact, it was really
I'm thinking Animal. I'm mixing them up. Animal and Spike.
Yeah, right. Animal and Hawk. Animal only teamed up with
Hawk
or Draw.
With the Warriors, okay. Why was I thinking he was Spike?
Let me ask you guys a question. Who would you guys take as a faction, right? Who would be your first pick as a faction? The Dudleys, including Spike, or the Hollies, including Crash?
I'm
going with the Hollies. You can't beat Bob Holly, man.
Yeah. Hardcore Holly, man.
and don't forget Crash. Crash was the man. Crash used to come out there with his scale and say he was a super heavyweight.
Hey, Shake Money, I got
Hardcore Holly had the prettiest drop kick in professional wrestling history.
Yeah. The drop kick.
Shake, I got to jump out of here, bro.
I think the Junkyard Dog used to do a version of that.
Those were wrestling. Back in the day, we had so many big guys back then.
Yeah.
Everybody was
all right, Mr. Polk. Yeah. I'm about to close this up in 10 minutes anyway. So yeah.
Everybody was
appreciate you, by the way. I appreciate you.
All right, Mr. Polk. Hey, listen, my final thoughts real quick. You see how many hours we are gone with this? Like I said, during the off season, we need to make this a norm because I'm gonna tell you the truth. Wrestling is what keeps me going until football season comes in. So we need to do this more often during the NFL off season.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so listen.
The only thing is during the off season, I want to see how we're just. I feel like we're like just in a barbershop talking. I would like to try to get a little a more structure. Yeah, I'll drop the link for you in a minute, Pete.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do a little more structure.
I think what we're doing right now is just letting the audience know that we have wrestling knowledge, and I think as it progresses, I think it needs to be reviewed, right? Because we can only talk about nostalgia days for so long. We got to start actually talking about the programming now. With that thing,
it's still a good thing though because
I can't. I have no. I'll listen. When it comes to today's wrestling, I don't know jack shit. So I'll produce it, but I can't contribute to it.
Just know that Roman Reigns.
I'm with you, Shake. I've lost track of most of the current stuff because of all the stuff I'm doing. But yeah.
Just know that Roman Reigns.
I'm up on the current stuff so far.
This version of Roman Reigns right now is the best actor that I've ever seen in professional wrestling.
I agree. And so Shake Money, thanks for having me on the show. Joel is a pleasure being on with me. Crypto Big Nick and the chat room. Listen, guys, y'all take care. Be safe. I'll see y'all soon.
All right, you too.
Be safe. Fans up.
All right.
So yeah, let's go back to Jade Cargill. You guys know she belongs in the WWE, right?
Yeah, I want to see her in Charlotte.
Yeah, but she got to go through the Performance Center. Like we need her in the Performance Center. Before she even go to NXT, I need her in the Performance Center.
She still has work to do, and we see that. Like I didn't understand her little faction that she had too when she started.
Yeah, the baddies.
And like what was the purpose?
Yeah.
Like they didn't.
And we all knew what was going to happen. It was going to be like always happened.
They broke them up.
The dominant person of the faction going to switch out on the underlings.
Yeah, and I'm like, and then the other members didn't pan out. They kept the little Spanish looking girl for the longest, and that was it. And then Jade disappeared after she lost to that Chris Statler girl.
Yeah,
I didn't
hopefully
like.
Hopefully they got her training somewhere because she's really bad in the ring. But I see everything that she can be.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think the only one that's gonna fix it is gonna be the WWE. That's the only one gonna fix her because she got too much competition over there. That believable competition. Like nobody want to see Jade go against Ruby Soho. And why the hell is Ruby Soho getting a push? She sucks. and Paige sucks.
Yep.
Paige is on the Paige to me is no better than Lita, and we know Lita right now does not belong back in the ring.
You see she got hurt. She got hurt.
Horrible.
And I want to hold on real quickly. I want to welcome the homie Pete to the. What's going on, Pete?
Well, good.
What up, Shake? You guys talking wrestling today brought me some memories, man. You guys have no idea. Have y'all ever talked about Mankind, Nick Foley? Remember Mankind, Nick Foley?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about that lunatic.
I loved him because I was the one that brought the sock. I brought the sock to the wrestling match. Me and my guys, we used to create wrestling belts off cardboards and see who can win the battle. It was amazing. But my all-time favorite wrestler is Stone Cold Steve Austin. To me, that was the badass.
Mm-hmm. You know how many championships? You know how many times
Steve Austin was terrible, Pete. He was trash.
You know, Stone Cold was only like a 7-time champion.
Who?
Stone Cold. Like the Rock only had like 8, 9.
Yeah, they didn't give those guys those that many runs. But if they stayed wrestling as long as other guys have, they would be up there.
And maybe they didn't need them. Maybe they didn't need that many.
They didn't need it.
Right, they didn't need them. But like the Undertaker only got like 5 or 6.
Hold on. We just had this dude Pete just come in here, and the first person he talked about was Mankind, bro.
And he only got 3.
Exactly.
No, the reason why I love Mankind because I used to always have the dirty sock. and I used to try to get somebody with it.
The
I
dirty
used to
sock.
find the stinkiest sock. Let's wrestle. Y'all want to wrestle? I'm Mankind. And my special move is this sock goes in your mouth and I'm going to take those tonsils out.
Do anybody know? Do anybody know who's
Right.
in second place all time? Anybody know who's second place all time with the titles?
Under who? Flair?
Under John Cena and Ric Flair.
John
It's
Cena
not
and Ric
Randy
Flair.
Orton. It's
They
not
got
Randy Orton.
16 apiece. Randy only got 14.
So somebody got 15.
Is one guy ahead of Randy Orton? That's Triple H. He got 15.
Oh yeah, that last one he did was a little crap, man.
Yeah, the last one he got was when he the Royal Rumble when he beat Roman Reigns and when the belt was up for grabs.
Yeah, he just entered.
That was so stupid, man.
He
But the
just did
crowd,
it so-
the audience didn't want Roman Reigns with the belt. That's why they did.
Yeah.
They had to take it off him.
Yeah, they didn't want him with the belt, so they put it on Triple H real quick. I'm like, come on now.
In the Royal Rumble match.
Yeah. Because the title was on the line in the Rumble, right?
And the title was on the line, and Triple H was the last entrance.
Uh-huh.
And Roman Reigns was from the beginning to the end, and he lost to Triple H. But see, Roman Reigns, that was when Vince was trying to over-push him. And they was trying to over-push him, and that's why he lost.
They were just giving him that.
You guys remember?
He's gonna keep it all the way to WrestleMania.
Have you guys spoken about when Owen Hart fell? Was it Owen Hart?
Yeah,
He
Owen
fell?
Hart. Yeah.
Owen Hart.
You
Man,
see, they
rest in
do.
peace
You
to
see,
that
they
guy.
doing.
That was a
But the
real
reason-
life event, you know.
You see, they doing
yeah.
the
A lot of
Owen
people
Hart.
seen that there.
You see, they got the second annual Owen Hart tournament going on in AEW.
What was his gimmick at the time?
Oh,
Blue
no.
Thunder, right? He was Blue Thunder, something like that.
Yeah, he was the Blue Thunder or something. Yeah,
Oh my God, who was the one that used to do the sharpshooter?
That was Bret.
Who?
That was Bret Hart.
Bret Hart did the sharpshooter.
Yeah, Bret did
Bret
that.
Hart.
So who you
He
guys
did.
think will win?
Oh, no, it was
Dream match.
Sting. Sting.
This is the dream
It
match.
was
No, it was
Sting.
Bret.
It was the same move, but it wasn't called that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the ultimate dream match right here. Who you guys got? Chris Jericho versus Bret Hart.
Oh, Chris Jericho used to have the crazy, not the sharpshooter, but he had, what was the one he called where
The
he used to
Lion,
bend
he
you all
got
the
a
way
couple
back?
of them. The Lion Tamer, the
Lion
Walls
Tamer.
of Jericho.
Walls
The
of Jericho.
Yeah, some of them.
It was
How about the one that he
Lion
used to
Tamer
like
are different. They
flip?
look the same, but they different.
Okay,
because he'll put you on your neck. He put you
on your neck.
That's the Lion Tamer. That's the Lion
Yeah.
Tamer.
Oh, shit, that was
That's
the
the
one.
Lion Tamer.
The Walls
That-
of Jericho was like the Boston Crab.
It's the Boston Crab, right?
Boston Crab, yeah.
Joe, no,
Oh, who-
I can talk with Joe. That's what's up.
What's the name used to say that? Used to have that too.
How about the one that used to do the rack 'em? Remember they used to put you on the back? Lex Luger. Man, y'all got some good memories, man. I'm a rack 'em.
Yeah, that's one of the worst finishing moves of all time.
That was another one. The torture rack. That was another.
Yeah, the torture rack. That's what it was called. And yeah, I used to love power bombing. My brother used to power bomb me in the pool all the time and stuff. But when the last ride came out, that was like the power bomb on steroids.
Hell yeah!
I told y'all that's one of the best finishing moves, man. But it ain't.
You notice. You
Hold
notice how they had to change it. Undertaker had to just drop you instead of slamming you.
So Slam.
Hey, it's not a finishing move anymore, but when it was a finishing move, the dude that hit it the best, that Dominator, that Farouk, oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. When he first did that move, oh my God. But it's not even a finisher no more. Because Bobby Lashley do it right now. It's not a finisher.
Is that because people are kicking out of it?
Yeah, because it's not, I guess I don't know. It became a basic move, I guess. But nobody hit it like Farouk, though. Nobody hit it like Ron Simmons. But that club, I'm telling you, man, go back to YouTube and put in the ultimate clothesline from hell, JB. Oh my God. This dude, the way he's 6'6", 300 pounds, and the way he bring that right arm back and come forward with it, like, if those guys didn't know how to take that bump, I can see him ending a lot of careers.
Yeah, y'all remember that wrestling thing that got into competition versus WWF? I forgot what it was called. And they started pointing them out. Oh, those guys are fake. Over here, we wrestle for real.
Yeah, but I think guys like us on this panel, like Joe, myself, Fred, people, Crypto, I think we ignore that when people tell us that it's fake because everybody knows it's fake. That's not the point why we watch it. It's a male soap opera.
No. I know. I get it. It has a
I don't
storyline.
even
But
address
what I'm
that when
saying
people
is,
say it's fake.
no. What I'm saying is, when back in the days, like I said,
Asking
when the
the Fury fake.
WWF was gonna be hot, there was another competitor.
WCW.
There was
WCW.
no.
No, they didn't say it was fake. WCW
No.
just used to leak their
You talking about
their main event.
Yeah.
ECW was about as real as it was gonna get.
ECW. There you go. I knew it
Yeah.
was something like that.
Yeah,
ECW with the
was
fat
about
white guy.
was the realest. Yeah, Paul Heyman.
The
There
problem
you
with
go.
ECW, at some point, those guys are gonna have to wrestle. You can
Yep.
only
No,
hit
but
so
I
many
used to
people
like.
over the head with a trash can. Eventually, you're gonna have to wrestle.
They used to slam people on nails.
Yes.
But eventually
You
you're
can't
gonna have
fake
to
that.
wrestle.
Right.
Eventually, you're gonna have to wrestle.
Yeah, you definitely gonna have to wrestle. Be a
like I get it.
tactician in the ring.
Mhm.
Like I just couldn't get the Sandman. I mean, I was like just sitting up there watching. Like I ain't feel no kind of way about the Sandman, about Sabu. I didn't feel no kind of way about those guys.
My body's probably a little broken today from all that backyard wrestling.
Did y'all not see
Yeah,
Sabu
backyard
today?
wrestling was up.
Y'all didn't
We used
see
to try to
Sabu?
remake. You know, the WWF used to come out. Don't try this at home. That's pretty much telling us to try it at home. What?
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
no,
we
they
got
want.
old
But
tables we don't use. Let me throw
Hold
you
on.
off the roof real quick.
Hold on. But look,
Yeah.
they didn't start doing that. But look, they didn't start doing that until this kid killed his little sister.
Yeah.
Doing a
Oh
wrestling move.
yeah.
And so when she died, because he did a wrestling move to her, she dies. And
Oh.
they tried to
Poor
go after
girl.
the wrestling company.
Yeah, they
But
tried
you
to
know
go to
what's
the
crazy?
WWF. Yeah.
You know what's crazy? They went after
Okay.
WWF. They went after WWF, but the kid said he was watching WCW.
Yeah, some kids just don't know how to fall. They got to learn how to fall.
They went right after WWF on it, and then that's when WWF started the disclaimer all over their stuff. And so you don't do it at home. So now they can't get in trouble. So if somebody gets hurt again, they could be like, hey, we got our. We already put the warning out there and tell people not to do this. So if you choose to do it, you choose to do it. It's not on us anymore.
Yeah, but I just seen AEW put out a whole bunch of rules like you won't see John Moxley bleeding no more. But they put out some stupid ass rules like you can't slam people into the ring steps. Like they took all that away. They took away the buckle bomb. Vince took away the buckle bomb for a minute, but I guess when he found out that you could do it safely, he brought it back. See, they didn't really take away the stomp. They took away the buckle bomb. And the buckle bomb is what led up into the stomp. So if you couldn't do the buckle bomb, you couldn't do the stomp. So that's when the stomp came back, when he let the buckle bomb. Because you can't do power drivers in the WWE. There are no power drivers.
And
there's
no
more
hitting
like nobody can do the tombstone.
Bro, nobody, and you can't get hit in the head with the chair no more.
You can't get hit in the head. You got to get hit in the back.
That's now? You can't do that no more?
You can't hit nobody in the head.
Come on, bro.
Yeah, you can't hit nobody. Concussions man.
Because of concussions and stuff like.
Yeah, but at least use a little cheaper material.
It don't matter. You still getting hit in the head and moving your brain.
They don't want the trauma on the head. They don't matter how soft it is.
I can't believe. You see, that's why I stopped watching it. They changing it up too much.
There's no blood in the WWE. It has to be a mistake.
Oh, you see, we used to love blood.
Like
we used to love it.
Blood all the time.
Finn Balor and Edge.
And that's why guys' careers were ending early. Why you think Paige couldn't wrestle no more? Daniel Bryan had to stop wrestling for a while. Edge had to stop wrestling for a while because of all that trauma they were putting on their body.
Bret Hart lost his
career.
It
was because they scared. They knew they ain't have it.
Get out of here, bro.
Bret Hart
they was like they were looking at Triple H and The Rock like,
Bret Hart almost died.
Hold on.
Bret Hart almost died.
Hold on. We're talking. You talking about grown men that throw each other in rings and get, put their bodies on the line every day. And you're talking about somebody scared?
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't taking it no more. They're scared, bro. They gave
Bret
up.
Hart almost died, Pete.
Bro, mankind at like 40 years old fell off the cage
had a
onto
discussion.
little
Hold on. Stop. Pause.
You tripping, Pete.
Hold on. We just had a discussion last week. I don't know if you was here or you heard it, but somebody was in here telling us how it is hard to do this, to do that job. And I've also heard Shawn Michaels, and we know how long Shawn Michaels has been a performer in the ring. He's even said that
he missed 7 years.
Hold on, he still has never gotten used to a simple body slam.
He He missed 7 years.
I just remembered Shawn Michaels with the Sweet Chin music kick.
Okay.
Right.
He got
And
hurt in the ring.
wait.
And
look. And with the Sweet Chin music, you're not always getting hit with it for real every time.
Absolutely.
So therefore, he's able to use that move over and over and over because the person who's taking it knows how to sell it.
Right.
You know, you're not really getting kicked for real. We're talking about the punishment.
When I started learning that and seeing it for myself, I was like, "Oh, come on!"
Bret Hart got kicked for real.
Bret Hart got kicked for real by Goldberg, and that ended his career.
Oh my God! How did I forget Goldberg? That was one of the guys that taught me how to tackle on TV.
He got kicked so hard he had a stroke, and his career was over. And he hate
Goldberg, bro. I used to love the spear. We used to practice the spear all the time.
Hey, do you remember when what happened was Brock Lesnar was wrestling Holly. Was it Holly? Yeah, Holly.
Yeah, it was
and
Holly.
he didn't want to give Brock Lesnar a hand, so he dropped Holly on his head.
Yeah, because you gotta help you. Wait, so what happened was Brock was trying to lift him up to do a move, but Holly was giving dead weight. So it made Brock have to work harder to lift him up. So when Brock realized he wasn't helping, Brock just picked his ass up the best he could and dropped him on purpose.
And guess what? Bob Holly was about that action in the back.
Hey, Shake Money.
But guess what?
Bob Holly and Chris Jericho, they be about that action for real. Where
Holly at right now? We're talking about the punishment that we're putting on your body. So that right there, by you taking that unexpected fall, it hurt you. Right. You're mad at Brock Lesnar because he dropped you. When Brock Lesnar is mad at you because you're not helping him do the move with you.
But the most gangster thing I seen Brock Lesnar do in the ring was a triple threat between Brock Lesnar, Roman Reigns, and Braun Strowman. And Braun Strowman was working stiff as shit. And Brock Lesnar got up at that move and he caught him with a 2-piece right in the shoulder.
And you saw him stumble. You saw he nearly knocked Braun Strowman ass out for real.
And Braun Strowman ain't want no smoke.
Hey, after that, Braun Strowman started doing what he was supposed to do. Right after that, after Brock Lesnar, like, hold up now.
He hit him with a 2-piece.
Gave him a real good 2-piece, real quick. Let Braun Strowman look here.
Hey, I don't know. Shake.
What's up, Pete?
Shake, you remember Opalaka Hialeah flea market right there across the street from Amelia Earhart?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, y'all bringing me some memories. Yep, Opalaka Hialeah. That flea market right there, back in the days when wrestling was popping, they used to have a ring there, and they used to host like their own little wrestlers and matches there on the weekends. And let me tell you something. All the kids, man, we would go over there on the weekends when they're not having a match. We'll use the whole thing, and wrestle ourselves like a battle royal. Dude, that used to be awesome, bro.
Y'all might be
you guys
too
are bringing
young
up
to remember,
memories now as a kid.
Hey, what's up, Green Rat? What's going on, man? How you doing?
Y'all might be too young.
How's it going, guys? Big Nick was talking about guys that could rock the mic and everything. Have you guys ever watched Jay Lethal?
Yeah, Jay's all right.
He can. I mean, he did a Ric Flair imitation in a Macho Man is about as good as you could ever get.
Yeah,
it's a must watch if you haven't seen it.
Green Rat, it's been a minute, man. Glad to see you and hear you.
Hey, Pete. I hear you on there all the time, Pete.
I think that's
I know. Thank you.
Jay Lethal. When you think of TNA, to me, a lot of people think of think of AJ Styles or people like that. But when I think of TNA, I think of Jay Lethal.
Yeah, he's really good. And then you guys were talking about the buckle bomb. What kind of made that to where they wanted to ban it is because remember Rollins buckle bombed Sting and paralyzed him. So
he hurt 2 people on that. He hurt Finn Balor outside of the ring, and then he hurt Sting with it. And it basically almost ended Sting's career. It ended his WWE wrestling career, basically. After that,
they figured out a way to do them. I guess they had to train on it. I love the buckle bomb.
Hey, by the way,
I was like, "What? Oh my god!" Like I thought it was real the first time I saw it.
Well, the only thing what hurt Sting was Sting was too high, and that was the only thing. And then Finn Balor went to go brace himself with his arm, and that's the only thing. And had Finn Balor just went straight with his back, he'd have been all right. He'd have never got hurt. And in Sting's case, like I said, he was too high up in the air and it hit a certain part of the back. On the
what about what you got?
What happened to Sting? And
yeah, it was definitely just
it was
a
an
mistake.
accident. It wasn't, and let's not forget, Seth Rollins
Sting died.
No. The buckle bomb kind of ended his WWE wrestling career. Because the only
from
match,
an injury. Okay.
The only match Sting has really had was the match I think was the summer the WrestleMania with Triple H. No, how many matches Sting had with WWE? Was that the only match?
I think he might have had one on Raw or something, but no, that was pretty much it.
He made appearances on Raw, but I don't think he wrestled. I don't think he had a legit wrestling match. He might have got into a skirmish with somebody, but as far as having a real match, I don't think he ever wrestled.
Yeah, he had some run-ins and stuff like that.
Run-ins, but I don't think he ever had a match.
2 matches.
All right, fellas, I'll catch you guys another time. Thank you for having me.
No problem, my brother. Be safe, Pete.
Appreciate it.
All right.
How about,
hey, by the way, Green Rat, there's you know the rest. Do you know the person who's gonna be? Not only is he gonna be a NFL Hall of Famer, but a WWF Hall of Famer.
No, who?
Noah is him Benogany. He's gonna be He's gonna be after he retires from being an NFL Hall of Famer. He's gonna be a wrestler Hall of Famer.
Hell yeah! That's what I'm talking about, Shake.
What do you guys think about Sting missed 13 years of joining the WWE because he didn't like the way Booker T got cooked by The Rock?
Wait, what?
He didn't know. The reason Sting didn't come to the WWE is because of what The Rock did to Booker T when Booker T made his debut.
And actually, one of the reasons why Sting didn't come to the WWF is because because of the bronze panties, because he was being raunchy.
He had
as a Christian,
but Sting didn't come because of his Christian beliefs, bro.
No, he didn't. No, I watched the documentary, and even Booker T will tell you because of the promo when when The Rock asked Booker T, "Who in the blue hell are you?" That offended Sting.
Exactly, his Christian beliefs. That's what I'm saying.
No, not the blue hell, because they were saying the WCW was minor league, and this man built that company up, and you felt like he just felt disrespected by the way they treated WCW.
I find that as crap, because if you felt that way and felt some type of way of what was said, then you would have made your appearance and said something about it. You would have defended it. Well,
he was never. Hey, when do you remember Sting getting on the mic and handling his business on the mic?
Shit, Sting had no problem getting on the mic.
Shit. Sting had a character. Sting height came when his character didn't have to talk. That's when Sting was the biggest shit in wrestling.
And when Sting was talking, even now, he still was good on it, is what I'm saying. So
yeah.
It's like he would have been. He might not have been able to. I don't think anybody could sit up there and mic box with the Rock. But if you felt some type of way about it or whatever, you sitting up there letting your dogs and Booker T sit up there and get disrespected, then why don't you have something to say about it? And then you sit up there and then you join later on anyway.
Right. 13 years later, though, after he was out of his prime.
You still joined anyway. What's the problem? All of a sudden, what changed?
Yeah,
what, the Rock not being there?
If you go back and watch it, they'll tell you, they'll break the whole thing down. It was because of that one promo that he didn't come.
Well. I think Sting came back for. Go ahead, Shake. Sorry.
No. Go ahead. That's what I'm saying about his Christian beliefs, because he came back during the PG era when everything was clean and you know what I'm saying.
That's my point. That's why
he was ducking that smoke. And he was ducking that smoke from the Undertaker.
I mean,
he knew he wasn't going over.
Yes, I believe the goal was Sting Undertaker, and then Sting got hurt.
He didn't get over.
Hold on. Let Green Rat talk real quick. Go ahead, Green Rat.
No, I think it was going to be Sting versus the Undertaker is what they were building up for, and then Sting got hurt by Rollins, and that put a kibosh on it.
No,
But then
could have
that's
done.
stupid because
They
he
could
should
have
have came
no.
in off rip going after the
They could have
Undertaker.
done.
Nobody wanted him to come in going after Triple H. There was no build there.
They could
Nobody
have
knew there
done
would be between Triple H and Sting.
exactly. They could have done Sting and Undertaker at that WrestleMania. But the only reason why they did it, it was gonna because look what they did anyway. They had the NWO come out.
Right.
Also, they wasn't gonna bring no NWO out for that against against DX. That's what made it because you know what they were trying to do? They were trying to make it WCW versus WWE.
Right.
That's what they did the whole DX thing because of remember the invasion that DX did to
Right.
WCW.
Absolutely.
So that's the reason why they sat him there and put it like that. With
But nobody cared.
I think it came in like that and stuff, but I think the long thing was going to be it was going to be Sting at like maybe the next WrestleMania, Sting versus Undertaker, but Sting was hurt, so I think that squashed all that. But
I think Sting didn't want it because he was not going to go over. They weren't gonna put him. They weren't gonna put nobody from WCW over the Undertaker or over like Stone Cold over. They weren't gonna do that.
Hey, by the way, listen, we almost hit the 3.5 hour, 4.5 hour mark. Actually, I'm gonna head out. I extended a little longer than I wanted to, but you know what I'm saying. Hey man, good conversation. It's hard to break up. It's hard to break up a good conversation, but I got a few things I got to take care of.
One second, Shake. Well, Joe,
I
before
hear
you go,
you,
Joe, before you go, you remember the hidden camera angle they were trying to do in WWE back in the days? The hidden camera when everybody's conversation was recorded and they just dropped it abruptly. Isn't that a storyline you wish they would have continued? Like you wanted to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Like I still don't know to this day who was behind the camera. Like they never told us who was behind. Who was the Raw general manager on the computer?
Who the hell
they
was
tried
behind
to say it was Hornswoggle, but that fizzled out. But they never told us who was doing that back. You know, they was recording everybody's conversation. They never told us who did that.
But hold on, wasn't there like for instance, there'll be a show whatever, and all of a sudden they stop. The mysterious guy would leave a message, and Michael Cole had to read it.
Yeah, that was the computer.
That was the
that
Raw
laptop.
general manager.
Yeah, that was the Raw general manager.
Right. I think a couple of pictures was The Rock was supposed to be behind it, but then he ended that when he got rid of it. But they just never did tell us. And then when they just to fold it up to get rid of it, they said it was Hornswoggle.
Yep. The storyline that I'm mad at that never continued.
Vince McMahon blowing up.
Yep, that's the one.
Chris Benoit killed himself.
Chris Benoit killed himself, and Vince had to show himself on TV.
Yeah.
I'm like, ain't this a bitch?
I knew you was gonna say that one. I hated that too.
I wanted to see how that was gonna go.
Yeah.
But anyway, man, like I said, man, any final thoughts before we head out? Green Rat, go ahead. Any final thoughts before we go head out?
Just that back with you were talking Legion of Doom, there was the Skyscrapers, which was Dan Spivey and The Undertaker back in the day.
Right.
Yeah.
Just for a little nugget. Thanks for having me on, Shake.
For sure.
I'll talk to you later.
Go dark, baby.
I'll go next. I think Shake, you gotta figure out. Shut up, man. My son, I'm sorry, he's 3 years old. You want my attention.
You good, my brother. You good.
But I think we need to find a way to make this a weekly Tuesday show, even during the season. And I think this is a great show. I think we can get a lot of different people to come in and join this type of show and build the channel up. So I really think it should be like a night after Raw or something.
I'll do it on my channel because I don't want to mess up the show. Because I'm eventually gonna get my StreamYard. I want to do my wine channel, so this will be good practice for me to do my own wine channel soon.
Right.
So
Then that's why I like on a Tuesday, because you can't do it on Monday. That's the day after the game. Tuesday is normally the dead period during the week for NFL, so I think that'll be a great time.
Yeah. Or and we could do and Saturday morning is college and shit and all that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think Tuesday will be a good time, and I'm down, man. And I think Joe will be down. I think it doesn't need to be. In all due respect to everybody that popped on and popped off, but I think it needs to be a core group of guys, maybe 5 or so, and we get up here and we just go off about wrestling.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think we all love it. I think it's still a passion, even though you two guys who don't know the shit y'all talking about because y'all don't watch it anymore, which I don't understand that. Crypto and Shake. Yeah, y'all got going on.
I said I haven't watched it. No, I've watched it every now and then.
No, I don't watch. I don't have cable, so I don't watch it. That's why.
I'm gonna send you a link. I'm gonna send you a link and tell you how you can have it online.
Yeah, but it's too late for me, man. I can't watch it now anymore. But
you pick right up on it, man. You'll pick right back up on it.
It won't take much for me to pick back up because
you want to know any of the guys?
I go in and out on it.
Everybody now from NXT. I just looked at Friday Night SmackDown and I said, God damn, everybody on this show except AJ Styles is from NXT. Ain't that something? Everybody.
That's how they graduated.
Everybody on that show is from NXT.
If you notice that when Vince took over, when Triple H had his little health issues, and Vince took over, he cleaned it out and put all the up and comers from NXT and he put them up because that's when we started seeing Mello, and Indy Hartwell, and all those people that was probably gonna get the push maybe 2 years later. But Vince came and cleared out all Triple H.
I think he tried to bury NXT. I think he's jealous he didn't create it. It wasn't his idea.
That's what I'm saying. He cleared out all the Triple H guys, not just the wrestlers, even the people that were just working backstage. Vince fired everybody. Vince got rid of everybody that was part of that NXT.
Because it wasn't his creation. All right, man. Hands up, man.
Hey, by the way, next week we're gonna have I'm gonna do another W energy drink, but this time I'm gonna do we're gonna do training camp talk. So
I missed the part what you did. I missed the drink, Shake Money. Which one did you do this morning? I came
did the
on
beach
late.
peach. I did the beach peach.
It
tastes like a peach cobbler gelatin.
I'm gonna
tastes like gelatin.
Oh wow!
I'm gonna try to find a way to get in contact with Chris Chavis. I know you guys don't know that name, but his in-ring name was Tatanka, and that was a good friend of mine before he went to the WWE.
Yeah,
so I'm gonna see if I can try to find him on Instagram or whatever, Twitter, to see if I can talk to him and get him to come on one of these shows.
Okay.
That was a friend of mine. He used to work at Bally Scandinavian, man, and he used to let all the young guys in for free. And he was just a cool dude. And he told us he was going to wrestling, and we believed him. But when we saw him as a blonde hair, blue-eyed white guy to come in and play a Native American, we were like, what?
All right, my brother.
Chris Chavis, that's his name, Chris Chavis, Tatanka.
Yes.
Right, not the Dolphins, Chris Chambers.
Chavis.